Sorry. Καλημέρα.
Good morning, everyone. Please allow me to begin by observing 1 minute silence in memory of the former President of the Republic of Cyprus, Mr. George Vasiliou. 1 minute silence to honor former President George Vasiliou, who passed away yesterday. May his memory be eternal. Your Excellency, Mrs. President of the House of Representatives, Honorable Commissioner, dear colleagues, distinguished member of the European Parliament, dear members of the academia and experts, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great pleasure that I welcome you to the Interparliamentary Conference titled The Age of Artificial Intelligence, Opportunities and Challenges, which is organized by the House of Representatives in the context of the parliamentary dimension of the Cyprus Presidency of the Council of the European Union in the first half of 2026. We are currently going through a period of multiple crises, not only in Europe, but across the world. In this unstable environment, the broad use of advancing technologies, and especially artificial intelligence, is providing us with unprecedented opportunities in all areas that are also accompanied by significant challenges that we must acknowledge and address collectively. Therefore, the topics that we will discuss during our conference today are both topical and important. At this point, I would like to call to the floor Her Excellency, the President of the House of Representatives, Mrs. Anita Dimitriou, for the opening address. Mr. Stylianidis, please take your seat here in the front row. Good morning. Good morning. Honorable Commissioner, we're very happy to have you with us today. Honorable members of Parliament, dear colleagues, members of the European Parliament, honorable speakers, academics, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you to today's Interparliamentary Conference on the Age of Artificial Intelligence, Opportunities and Challenges, organized by the House of Representatives in the context of the Presidency of the Republic of Cyprus of the Council of the EU. As the chair of the Committee on Institutions has rightly said just now, this is a topical conference, more timely than ever. This is a time to harness every opportunity and transform it into a real change and turn every challenge into success with strategy, vision, and coordinated action. Today's conference is a key opportunity for meaningful dialogue and collective reflection on the decisive role that artificial intelligence plays in the modern era and its multidimensional consequences at the institutional and socio-economic level. Through the valuable contribution of our distinguished speakers and the constructive dialogue that will develop, we must underline our common political and institutional responsibility to ensure the democratic and safe use of artificial intelligence, primarily within our European family. Today, artificial intelligence is not just a dynamic technological innovation. It is part of our life, and we must realize this. Its leading presence and widespread use now permeate all human activities, significantly affecting our daily life. At the same time, they are part of broader international geostrategic developments. The role of AI is constantly being reinforced with dizzying intensity and speed, contributing to the reshaping of social, economic, and institutional balances. The possibilities that impress us today will become commonplace and will be taken for granted in a few years from now. The opportunities and prospects offered by artificial intelligence are unprecedented, especially for younger generations, and particularly in the fields of research, education, health, and of course, public services. The radical changes resulting from the use of artificial intelligence are therefore considered to be of decisive importance. At the same time, however, we need to address challenges, always in line with the regulatory framework of the European Union and our common principles and values. AI, ladies and gentlemen, is developed through algorithms that follow rules of mathematical logic, which, however, do not operate in a vacuum or in a neutral manner. They are trained, fed, and developed according to human goals, human objectives, and human reactions. The data and conclusions reproduced reflect beliefs and ideals. At the same time, they also reflect biases and inequalities. It is precisely for this reason that the correct and responsible use of artificial intelligence, and I'm truly happy that we are discussing this topic today, is of paramount importance. The way in which it is designed, implemented, and applied will determine whether it will serve as a tool for progress or as a driver for new inequalities and exclusions. And at this point, our political responsibility is clear to set rules, limits, and safeguards that ensure transparency, accountability, and the protection of fundamental rights, so that artificial intelligence serves the public interest and not any other interests. And this is because every day we witness both the positive capabilities offered by AI and the dangers arising from its uncontrolled use. Fake news, disinformation, the uncontrolled use of social media, the attempt to manipulate public opinion serve ulterior and often dangerous motives. They limit the ability of citizens, especially young people, to form free and responsible opinions. They attempt to undermine democratic processes, erode institutions, and polarize our societies politically and socially. They sacrifice truth on the altar of interaction, ignoring every moral barrier and mobilizing every legitimate, but very often also illegitimate, means of imposing preconceived and guided messages. This has an impact even on the mental health of citizens, which is tested on an almost daily basis. It is therefore our duty, and I conclude, to protect public discourse, to ensure that AI tools ultimately serve the public interest and strengthen democracy without restricting freedom of expression and innovation. For the European Union, artificial intelligence is a key element of its digital strategy. Through the clear priorities set out in the AI Act, I'm not saying that these are enough, but through these clear priorities, the Union seeks to strengthen innovation and competitiveness human oversight and expertise. And I want to reiterate from this podium today that the EU must innovate and lead, not just by establishing a uniform and holistic regulatory framework, but also by collectively and effectively implementing these rules. Our primary goal must be to strike a balance between promoting technological development and innovation within the Union and our democratic responsibility. Ladies and gentlemen, it is true that a lot will be said during the discussion that will follow. So I will stop here, and a dream with emotion are a privilege of humans, and this privilege of responsibility is necessary so that we can shape a future in which technology will serve humans and not the other way around. With these few thoughts, please allow me to thank you all for being here today in Cyprus, to wish you a pleasant stay and, most importantly, a productive discussion with everything that we need to address. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Allow me now to proceed to deliver my speech. It is a great honor to chair such an important session of today's Interparliamentary Conference, to which I welcome you on the subject. This session is on the subject of democracy and the rule of law in the age of artificial intelligence. The issue we will be discussing today is not merely topical and technological. It is deeply political and institutional, touching on the very core of the European project and our democratic identity. As it's widely known, the EU was built on non-negotiable principles and values: democracy, the rule of law, respect for fundamental rights and human dignity. Today, these principles and values are being tested in a new field, which is ever-changing, and it's ever-changing faster than any other: the digital ecosystem of AI. The digital age and the rapid development of AI are creating unprecedented opportunities to strengthen participatory democracy, transparency, and access to information. At the same time, they pose serious challenges that strike at the heart of democratic functioning: systematic disinformation, the mass dissemination of fake news, and organized external interference, always aimed at undermining citizens' trust in institutions and democratic processes. At the same time, we should be absolutely clear: freedom of expression remains an unwavering pillar of the rule of law and a cornerstone of European democratic and constitutional tradition. However, this freedom cannot be equated with the uncontrolled dissemination of false or misleading information. Freedom means responsibility, knowledge, critical thinking, and respect for the truth and democratic rules. The way in which these phenomena affect the public sphere is of particular concern. Even more of particular concern is the way they affect the younger generations. That is why digital literacy is no longer just a skill, it is a shield. The ability to distinguish reliable information from manipulation and rumor is not a luxury. It is a fundamental prerequisite for active and conscious citizenship. The struggle for the resilience and integrity of European electoral processes remains critical. At a time during which elections are being targeted by digital manipulation and organized interference, ensuring the free and clear will of the people is a paramount European and parliamentary responsibility. The European Union has consciously chosen to respond to these challenges through regulating rather than not taking action. We already have a strong regulatory framework for digital services and online platforms, and more recently, a pioneering regulatory framework for artificial intelligence. These tools are important steps forward. The challenge now is to implement and supervise them effectively. In this section, we are honored to host prominent figures from the field of academics and politics. The European Commissioner, Mr. Michael McGrath, the Associate Professor, Dean of the Department of Communication and Internet Studies of the Cyprus University of Technology, Dr. Vasiliki Dringa, who will further enlighten the discussion with their own perspectives and knowledge. In this context, I would like to highlight the Commission's very important initiative with the announcement of the European Democracy Shield plan last November. Taking this opportunity, I would like the Commissioner, in his statement, in his speech, to tell us to what extent he believes that this initiative can strengthen transparency, the protection, the safeguarding of truth, and citizens' trust in democratic institutions within and beyond, of course, electoral processes. In this complex and demanding environment, the role of the Parliament is crucial. We are called upon, through the exchange of experiences, knowledge, and good practices, to find the delicate but necessary balance between innovation and institutional protection. Today, we seek to send a clear political message. Europe does not passively follow the developments. It shapes them, guided by democracy, the rule of law, and the individual at its epicenter. I invite everyone to contribute to a lively and fruitful debate with a real European and institutional impact. Thank you very much. And now I invite the Commissioner to take the floor for his speech.
Thank you very much, Dimitris, and good morning to all of you. It's a great pleasure to be here for this very important discussion this morning. Can I, at the outset, acknowledge and thank the President of the House of Representatives, Ms. Anita Dimitriou, for your opening remarks and for your warm welcome here this morning, and to thank you, Dimitris, as Chair of the House Standing Committee, and to thank the House of Representatives for organising this important interparliamentary conference on the age of AI opportunities and indeed challenges. It is a great privilege to be here with you in the early days of the Cypriot presidency and to be in the presence of so many elected members of Parliament from throughout the European Union. I spent over 17 years as an elected member of the National Parliament in Ireland, and so it's always a great honour to have an opportunity to engage directly with the elected members of national parliaments and indeed with the members of the European Parliament. Honourable members, ladies and gentlemen, artificial intelligence, or AI, the electricity of the mind, invisible, always on and quietly threading through everything we do. The exponential rise of generative AI promises to produce the most seismic revolution in living memory. Its potential unparalleled, its trajectory still unknown. And in my current position as EU Commissioner for Democracy, Justice, the Rule of Law and Consumer Protection, I see its revolutionary nature every single day. AI can help consumers save time and money by comparing prices and detecting scams. AI can assist courts with document analysis and case management, helping to reduce backlogs and delays while leaving decisions firmly in the hands of humans. AI helps detect disinformation and foreign information manipulation and interference, supporting free and fair elections. Used responsibly, AI is not about replacing human judgment. It is about strengthening it, making our institutions fairer, our economies more competitive, and our democracies more resilient. Yet we live in a world where we can't always rely on transformative tools like AI to be used responsibly. We must ensure we govern AI wisely, meaning innovation serves the public good, protects democratic values and leaves no one behind. Based on 2023 data, 2 in 5 Europeans see false or misleading information circulating online and offline as the most serious threat to our democracies. And since then, the integrity of our information space has come under increased threat by actors attempting to spread disinformation, manipulate public debate, and interfere in public elections. Generative AI has contributed to these new techniques and has transformed the landscape of influence. Hyper-realistic deepfakes and automated, personalised disinformation campaigns can now be deployed at an unprecedented pace and scale. This is exactly why we are raising the guardrails of digital governance. Governance is not there to stifle innovation, but to steer it. So today I would like to share with you how the EU's digital rulebook and our recently adopted European Democracy Shield will ensure we govern AI in the future and are not governed by it. The EU's digital rulebook, which is there to ensure the accountability of service providers and their responsibility to protect users, includes a number of pieces of legislation, as you know. The General Data Protection Regulation, or GDPR, the AI Act, the Digital Services Act and the Code of Conduct on Disinformation, and the Political Advertising Regulation and the European Media Freedom Act. But what does this mean for our citizens, for consumers, and for all of us sitting here today? The GDPR puts citizens back in control of their personal data, ensuring that privacy is a right and not a privilege. The DSA makes online platforms accountable, so that what is illegal offline is illegal online. It protects citizens from harmful content and disinformation while safeguarding freedom of expression. The AI Act ensures that AI serves people, not the other way around. And the European Media Freedom Act protects independent journalism and ensures citizens can access reliable information. Beginning with the EU's AI Act, this Act aims to strengthen our democracies by ensuring AI is used transparently, responsibly and in line with European values, protecting our fundamental rights while building trust in the technologies that increasingly shape public life. Entering into force in August of last year, it specifically prohibits certain practices, including AI-enabled manipulative or deceptive techniques and AI systems that exploit vulnerabilities. These may include AI systems generating particularly harmful deepfakes, AI chatbots used to disseminate hateful content, and systems intentionally designed to manipulate public opinion. The obligations under the AI Act include the duty to mark and enable detection where content has been artificially generated or manipulated, and to label deepfakes and certain AI-generated publications on public matters. But we need to continue to look closely at how and where AI is deployed. For example, the Commission is currently working on guidelines on the classification of high-risk AI systems that cover electoral processes. In all, the EU's citizen-centric regulatory approach towards AI aims to ensure that we can harness the AI revolution, all while protecting the integrity of Europe's information space and so the resilience of our democracies. Now, saying a word on the broader topic of digital. When we say digital, people often think of the platforms they use every day, social media, search engines and marketplaces. And these platforms are not abstract technologies. They are part of our daily routines, our conversations and our communities. They shape how we inform ourselves, how we debate and how we connect with each other. And they are here to stay. And our responsibility is not to wish them away, but to govern them wisely and appropriately. To deliver this protection, the EU has put in place a robust framework to hold online platforms accountable and to curb the viral spread of foreign interference, manipulation and disinformation. We have the Digital Services Act and the Code of Conduct on Disinformation. Under the DSA, very large online platforms have legal obligations to actively tackle coordinated inauthentic behaviour and mitigate disinformation risks embedded in their recommender systems. The Code of Conduct also brings together industry and civil society with concrete commitments to fight disinformation. Its impact is already visible in the electoral arena through the rapid response system, already activated during elections throughout Europe in 2024 and indeed last year. The Code is also advancing measures to label AI-generated and AI-manipulated content, to increase transparency in recommender systems, and to demonetize disinformation online. Together, the DSA and the Code of Conduct do more than just regulate platforms. They protect the integrity of our information space, empower our citizens with trustworthy information, and strengthen the resilience of our democracies against manipulation. In the digital age, knowing what you see isn't enough. You need to know who's behind it, and indeed who's paying for it, because transparency is the first line of defence for our European democracy. More than 4 in 5 internet users would prefer if online platforms identified which content is paid for and who pays for it. Since October last year, the transparency of political advertising regulation seeks to address this important demand. It does not ban political advertising and it does not impose content requirements. What it does is set transparency and due diligence standards across the EU to help citizens recognise what political advertising has been paid for, who has paid for it, how much they've paid for it, and whether the ads are targeted towards a specific audience. And by banning ads from non-EU country sponsors during the 3 months leading up to an election or referendum in an EU member state, the regulation also protects against foreign information manipulation, interference and disinformation. And we will continue to strengthen our digital rulebook to ensure that it evolves with the times. Later this year, my team and I will come forward with the Digital Fairness Act, designed to make the online world safer, fairer and safer for everyone indeed. It will give consumers the tools to make informed choices, to be able to shop online with confidence, paying particular attention to protecting children online. It will tackle misleading practices like dark patterns, addictive designs and deceptive marketing. We have a robust digital rulebook in place, colleagues. Yet our democracies, as we know, are under pressure as never before. AI, the digital era and a constantly shifting information landscape are testing the very foundations of how we debate and how we decide. In November just gone, we presented the European Democracy Shield, and it centres around 3 key priorities: safeguarding the integrity of the information space, reinforcing our democratic institutions, free and fair elections and free and independent media, and finally boosting societal resilience and citizens' engagement. The centrepiece to support better cooperation and coordination in addressing several aspects under these priority areas is the creation of a European Centre for Democratic Resilience. It will pool expertise across the participating member states, the EU institutions, but also the candidate countries to share information, improve coordination and to act faster when things like disinformation or foreign information manipulation and interference arise. We're actively working to get this centre up and running as soon as possible in close cooperation with the Cypriot Presidency. And to reinforce democratic institutions and free and fair elections, we will also intensify our cooperation with Member States under the European Cooperation Network for Elections, and we will do so in a way that fully respects the allocation of competences in the European Union. And we will address the responsible use of AI in elections through dedicated guidance and also safety in politics through a recommendation and a guide of best practices. And we will roll out measures to support free and independent media, both to ensure quality content, but also its visibility as well as its economic sustainability. And to boost citizens' engagement in our democracies, we will empower citizens to navigate the information environment in the digital age. We will implement several support measures to assist citizens during their critical formative and educational years, as well as throughout their whole lives. This structured, strategic approach is not only to shield democracy from these threats. We are rolling out the shield because democracy itself, we believe, is the shield of our citizens' freedoms, rights and opportunities, of the rule of law and of respect for our fundamental rights. As Stephen Hawking famously put it, AI will likely be either the best or worst thing ever to happen to humanity. It has undoubtedly transformed the information space. What used to take months to spread can now, as we know, go viral in seconds, shaping opinions, influencing debates and challenging the very trust that democracy depends on. But the EU has the framework and we have the tools to ensure that AI becomes the best thing to happen to humanity. By implementing and enforcing our rulebook, we will bolster the integrity of the EU's information space and ensure that AI serves rather than subverts our European democracies. And through the implementation of the European Democracy Shield, we will bolster the very safeguards we have to ensure that it is not disinformation, manipulation and interference which define our democracies of tomorrow. I welcome your recognition of Parliament's crucial role in these efforts, and I wish to applaud the Cypriot Presidency of the Council for placing strengthening democratic resilience at the very top of the agenda for the future of our autonomous union. I do look forward to the remainder of the discussion, and thank you all so much for your attention this morning.
Thank you very much. We thank the Commissioner. And indeed, we have to collaborate so that this becomes the best thing that will happen to humanity. And I call to the stand Miss Dr. Tringa. Kalimera.
I do have a PowerPoint presentation which should be projected because some habits never go. So while it's being projected, I could tell you a little bit about what we've heard, try to do a summary, and it's quite a nice coincidence that all these speakers before me have sort of echoed what I wanted to say, something that I was considering before. That's why I'm going to give you some really concrete examples of the dangers or the benefits of the AI, while at the same time I will try to comment on the solutions that are proposed and the solutions that we as a research community think that can be a bit more adapted in dealing with artificial intelligence. So that was my sort of 20, 30 seconds filling the gap speech. So Thank you very much. They are from Florence, where I took my PhD, you know, a very favorite place. So thank you very much.
It was great just to see that we're observing very precisely.
Okay, the speaker, yeah. It's also a sign of age, so.
We are ready.
Okay. Psychologists say that because people have an attention span of approximately 15 minutes, such a break can actually work as a trigger for you, so you can attend my speech in a much more careful way. So everything, there's no bad thing that does not lead to a good outcome. So Okay. It's okay, because I'm coming from the Cyprus University of Technology, and we're facing technological problems every day, so even in the age of AI. So thank you very much. So, yeah. I will focus a little bit more exclusively on democracy, political communication, which is the field of my expertise, and elections. So we all know that AI is not a futuristic concept. We're living in this area, and probably the majority of us have come across with extremely sophisticated bots behaving as concerned citizens, or we have read about Russian kind of manipulation of election campaigns and very other AI remnants. The question, though, is not how AI will shape our lives. The question is how we will shape AI, and this is the crucial thing. So as the previous speakers have said, it is a brilliant opportunity, whether we will render it as an arm in our benefit or for our distraction. Now, in order to show you, because this is another thing, this is to show how AI has penetrated our lives. I mean, you all know, because we all have used it, and I have to admit that some of the pictures, or the previous picture that you've seen, it is AI generated. So this is the latest map of generated by Eurostat of the last 3 months that shows how many young people are using AI. You can see, and you can see also Cyprus, we are above the EU average. We're a little bit below in terms of percentage of usage than the US, but still we see that the penetration, particularly the time of the penetration, has beat previous technological advancements. You can see also that some other statistics I could see you, 42% of young people in France use the Gen AI daily, 65 had spoken conversation, meaning they speak to the AI and they receive answers. 49% thought the models they use were smarter than themselves. 40% said that AI acted like they understood them. Others says that it had a sense of humor, and another quarter said that actually AI could do moral judgment, something that we think that we only humans are able to do. And to show you the effect that it has, the percentages are not very big, but it shows that there is a percentage of users that think they ascribe personality traits to the AI. And I bet you also must have said, thank you, that was a great idea. Oh, well done, thank you. So you see, you actually act with the AI as if it's a human and not a robot. So this brings us to something that also the previous speakers have described, that we're in front of a double-edged sword. But we should not be drama queens. Every kind of technological advancement, when it was introduced, it had potentially advantages and disadvantages. We do have a paradigm shift, and we do have a paradigm shift basically because of the sophistication of the new technological advancement and also of the scalability. It can be viral in no time. So the dilemma is the following. Do we take advantage of the opportunities, or we let it be sort of a disaster? I don't know if you're aware, but it was mentioned, every time there is a new technology introduced, there is this kind of extremes. The dystopians, in the case of AI, they're called maximalists, that think that AI will render human beings as their slaves. So it will destroy us. Basically, it's the end of humanity. the utopians, which actually describe the AI as a brilliant opportunity to make humans superhumans, and then there are the nihilists, which actually say that AI is another technological advancement like the internet itself, so it will take time, but we will adapt and accommodate it. So what are we doing? The truth is that there is a dark side, and we all have come with lots of examples. First of all, we have AI-driven disinformation. One big problem is that it's indistinguishable from the cheap fakes, these kind of cheap fakes that we can easily trace. They were actually flooded the 2024 elections generally in the world, and we're still going after them. There is a huge prevalence of the deep fakes. And why? Where is the problem? The problem is that we cannot trace them. We have a recent example in Cyprus. There is this account, Emily Thompson, that actually managed to publish an article in the journal Spectator, which is a very well-prestiged journal, and still we don't know who's running it. There's no proof. The problem is that apart from the lacking of infrastructure and timing or speed in order to detect all these deep fakes, we have a problem of micro-targeting. AI is amazing at taking advantage of your bias, your habits of information, your fears, and make you even more more biased. And of course, all these become even more spectacular because of its scalability. The level of sophistication is amazing, but we should not forget that it's not the computers who do that, it's us who actually have been advanced to such a level of sophistication. Then we have other sophisticated tactics of manipulation. Oh, before I go there, I can give you one example. I believe we have some representatives from Slovakia, and I mentioned that because in the elections of 2023, 2 days before the elections, there was an audio script, fake, that was actually talking about the Europhile candidate who was ahead in the polls by that time, speaking with a journalist how to rig elections. Immediately, this was rendered fake. Everybody admitted that was fake, but the damage was made. Everybody kept hearing, and I think the result was that Fico, the current Prime Minister, got elected instead of the other. We cannot attribute this result to the AI, but in our bibliography, in our literature, this is considered as one case where the peril became much more visible. Then we go to other sophisticated tactics of manipulation. We have the ghost electorate. This is thousands, networks of bots, but they are not like crude bots. They are acting like human. They're liking photos, they have their own photos, they're commenting, and they were observed in the recent 2024 elections with one target, to convince people not to vote. We have hyper-personalized fear. I think I have an example from Romania, where very targeted messages with the president or leaders speaking dialects were attacking elderly people, telling them that there might be some security issues on the ballot day, trying to convince them not to go to vote. And then there's another danger, the bias and erosion of trust. You know, you might have heard that AI is giving biased recommendations, or they might be against minorities, it can be misogynist. We also have a warning from the Dutch Data Protection Authority that in the last Dutch elections, 1 out of 10 vote recommendations were actually biased. Me as a designer of voting advice applications, we take this danger into very serious thought. This is a sign, but there's another danger here. We should not break our trust to the AI. We should not demonize AI or of the bias or of the dangers it entails. Do you know why? Because then we'll come across with people politicians that claim that they hold the truth without accountability because the digital sphere is completely polluted by fake news. So there's a very, very thin line that we need to take into consideration. And then, of course, we have the foreign interference and the 50-100 euro threat, as we call it. The foreign interference, there is a pioneer there. Russia is a known kind of actor. We have various examples. We have, they're extremely sophisticated in organizing targeted campaigns. There was one amazing that it was called, can't remember, ACT Operation, I think, when they took 80 organizations, their logos, their representatives, even Wall Street Journal, were actually distributing fake news about Ukraine. But the problem here is that before, in order to do a campaign, we needed national intelligence systems to work with us. We needed experts. Now, if you know basic computer skills, with 500 euros, you can create a deep fake. And actually, this is something that I will try to do with my students. I'll tell you why this might turn out to be quite useful. However, there's a bright side, that's why it's a double-edged sword. AI can be considered as a democratic shield. Finland has been a pioneer in detecting bots before they even got distributed. So what they focused, they did this AI impact. So what they did, they will not try to censor the content, but they will try to understand what is going to be its root. So they were trying to tackle at the root, at the digital heartbeat, as we call it, this kind of distribution. Then we have smarter legislation. I can see Estonian parliament, which has been a pioneer in the use of technology. What they did, I find this a brilliant idea, they try to design a policy for houses. They used AI in order to test who is going to be left out or who is going to be less benefited from that kind of policy. So they used AI in order to design and implement more equitable kind of policies. We have the languages bridge, the brilliant example of the Citizens' Assembly in Ireland, where the people who were participating they were using AI in order to be able to draft legal documents, not just translated, which is a tool that we're all using. Democracy is not about behavior, meaning voting, or type of information. It's about deliberation. I know it's a very complex kind of term, but we do it every day. And AI can be a brilliant tool for that. There is a gold standard of the V platform, the V Taiwan, which we all know that is one of the most advanced deliberative platforms in the world. So when the government had to decide about Uber, they used AI from the thousands of messages to actually elaborate them, divide them, and then try to satisfy what the majority wanted. And then we have also some other examples where AI messages give voice to those who do not shout much, but produce actual content. So we've seen what the EU has done so far. I'm not an expert, and we had a very good kind of information provision on these acts. But I imagine you all suspect what is the problem. The problem is that yesterday, I think that the Polish president said that he will not adopt the AI Act. They said that they will not try, they don't agree with putting a digital supervisor on X and Facebook because he doesn't want to disappoint the American counterparts. We will never agree. The copyright law or data protection policies took years to be implemented in the EU. We don't have the time. We are amazing at designing, drafting, because Europe is the source of values, human values, but we have great difficulties in implementing, acting fast, and finding consensus. And this is a problem. We should not miss the train. We are 1 minute late already. And Europe at the present is found at a very difficult stance, having its power much less diminished than one would have anticipated. So the problem with all these initiatives is that they're brilliantly designed, but we find a big difficulty to get them implemented. So my recommendation is let's not over-regulate. This is something that is continuously changing. Trying to automate censorship, it will chill democracy. It will not help it. What we need to do is not create more laws. What we need to do is change our norms. So digital literacy, as Dimitris has pointed out earlier, is the key. But again, we have to be very careful. We need to train citizens. We need to train ourselves in using AI in such a way that is completely different than what we've been using internet so far. I'll tell you my personal drama. Me, as a professor, I don't dare asking my student writing essays anymore, because I've read so many that I couldn't understand how the heck did I have so many smart people in my class and I haven't noticed them yet until the moment of the essays. So I've changed the way I'm teaching. Do you know what we're doing? We are training them doing deep fakes. It might sound cynical, but if you know how it's created, then you know how to identify. If you knew how McDonald's are made, truly, you wouldn't eat it. And I'm very sorry for the bad advertisement. So digital literacy in an innovative and smart way is the new road. Finally, in my conclusion, I would like to tell you that AI will neither destroy us nor save us. As every other technological tool, remember radio. 130 years ago, radio was introduced and people thought there were people in boxes speaking. Truly, there was such a fear and panic about this new technology. The same is happening now. So we need to be calm, but we need to be smart. Humans create technology. Therefore, it's up to us to understand what we need to do. Humans are creating deep fakes, and then the deep fakes are creating other deep fakes. Technology is neutral, and it will save democracy as far as we keep training active citizens, which are at the same time critical thinkers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Dringa, for this very significant presentation. I would like to make some technical announcements relating to the flow of our discussion. We will now give the floor to delegates based on the established list of speakers. Those of you who have not declared your intention to speak and wish to take the floor, you can fill out the form at the registration desk at the back of the room. The time of intervention is limited strictly to 2 minutes. After the completion of the interventions, we will give the floor to our keynote speakers for their responses and short answers. And maybe we give the floor to the Commissioner first because he needs to leave. Once we conclude our first session, we will have our group photo and then a short coffee break. And now the 2-minute presentations by the speakers, and please keep the time. So we will take the first 2-3 interventions and then give the floor to the commissioner because he needs to leave. So our first speaker is Mr. Pedro Alves from Portugal. Mr. Pedro Alves.
Paragalo. Yes. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Presentations. I'd like to, in the 2 minutes that I have, ask 2-3 questions that I think are key to the next stages. Without wanting to be pessimistic, I understand that we should approach it proactively rather than not be scared about AI. And the approach that we need to remain calm is a very good suggestion. But the question is, do we have time to remain calm? I think that is the key question that is being posed now, because a lot of the framework for protection of democratic institutions that we want to put in place are running against time because our own democratic processes are already being manipulated and disinformation is already changing the outcome of electoral processes. And this can lead to the fact that those that are interested in regulating AI in terms of protecting democratic institutions may be elected out of office due to AI's interference with electoral processes. So the first question is, in terms of time scale, do we have the time to just remain calm and wait for the regular development of technology as in the past, or the fact that we are dealing with a rhythm that we cannot control should not push us into being a bit more proactive? This leads me to the second question. To a great degree, we've been using regulations that are concerned with the functioning of the internal market, and we have expanded them towards democratic processes. Should we not bring more muscle into what the approaches of the EU should imply, not only in regulating, but in having enforcement at EU level of many of these decisions? Great deal of decisions in the future are going to be made at national level and not at EU level. Even if we're very effective at EU level, we don't have in the treaties competences to regulate and dictate how electoral processes within the member states are going to be run. And so this brings another question. Is the current framework, the EU framework, sufficient? Should we not look at other tools at the Council of Europe and at eventually intergovernmental approaches like new treaties to deal with it? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alves. We now give the floor to Mrs. Alexandra Talidis from Cyprus. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dear colleagues, AI is not just a technological race. Many of the violations of international law that we are currently witnessing are motivated by controlling AI. So those of you who believe in, for all of us who believe in democracy, this is a political test. It is clear that it does strengthen transparency, it improves public services and broadens access to knowledge. But without specific rules, it can distort public dialogue, concentrate power, and undermine silently democratic choices. Disinformation campaigns, coordinated, automated networks of accounts, and more convincing deepfakes blur the lines between truth and fabrication. This is not a theoretical discussion, but a situation that is affecting elections and democratic legality and the trust of citizens. So our tools are declaring that innovation should remain human-centered, based on human rights and on the principle of accountability. Democracy cannot be at the mercy of intransparent algorithms that are controlled by those who have the most resources. But regulation by itself is not enough. We should make sure that governments and democratic institutions are prepared, especially as we are approaching elections throughout Europe and in Cyprus in the next year. Those who can identify manipulation and respond swiftly And this is very important to be able to do that and to respond swiftly and collaborate internationally with academics and civil society. Smallest states, such as Cyprus, do experience this challenge even stronger currently. When access to advanced tools, your time is over. Was that 2 minutes? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Before I give the floor to the Commissioner, we will listen to Mr. Giovanni Satta from Italy. Mr. Satta, the floor is yours.
Dear colleagues, artificial intelligence represents today a fundamental challenge, actually the decisive challenge for our future, not only from the technological standpoint, but also from a social, geopolitical, and strategic point of view. We all know that it is precisely in this field that AI, that the great powers are playing their game for global domination in the future. We're also aware that artificial intelligence does not only represent opportunities, but also risks and dangers. And it is precisely on these aspects I would like to dwell upon in my presentation. On October 15, 2025, the Senate's EU Policy Committee, together with the Foreign Affairs and Defense Committee, approved a resolution on foreign interference in the democratic processes of EU member states and candidate countries. It was an extremely interesting and fruitful endeavor, thanks to which we reached some important conclusions I would like to share with you today. First of all, we analyzed the ways in which interference occurs in democratic states and their legal systems, from attempts to influence elections, creating mistrust of public authorities, to the ultimate goal, a most dangerous goal for us, namely to destabilize European democracies. We have also examined the risk associated with artificial intelligence, and we concluded that it is absolutely necessary to strengthen regulations on disinformation and AI. We've proposed, for example, the introduction of transparency requirements for digital platforms' algorithms and the dissemination of deepfakes. In this regard, digital platform owners have to comply with the EU Digital Services Act, DSA. We also need to understand one fundamental thing: strengthening digital resilience and promoting citizens' computer, information, and media literacy, including, of course, literacy in artificial intelligence, must be our priorities. Finally, let me talk about a very important aspect that malicious interference often exploit, namely the concept of information and how it is perceived by citizens.
The Commissioner, unfortunately, must leave before the conclusion of the session. He needs to go to Limassol for the meeting of the College of Commissioners. So we will give him the floor to comment on the interventions by the first three speakers or anything else. The floor is yours, Mr. Commissioner.
I do apologise that I have to leave, but I do need to attend the sessions with President von der Leyen and the Cypriot Presidency and my colleagues from the Commission who are travelling here just this morning. But it is great to have the opportunity to be here with you, and I think listening to the questions that have been put already gives a flavour of the thinking within the European Union, but also the challenges that we face on this issue. And on the question of whether we have time, I think the truth is AI is going to continue to march forward. The technology will continue to advance and get more sophisticated and have potentially more impacts and deeper impacts. So we have to use every single day wisely, and we have to move ahead at full speed with the implementation of the existing rulebook that we have. But that said, I think the Professor is right that regulation alone is not the answer. And that is why, as Dimitris said earlier on, investment in our citizens, investment in digital literacy and media literacy is going to become increasingly important important, because the truth is that the information landscape is very complex, is evolving very rapidly, and so we need to give our citizens the tools and the skills that they need to be able to navigate that information environment. We're not going to resolve the issue solely through regulation. I also think it's important that we invest in trusted sources of information, because for many people today, trying to differentiate between what is real or what is fake can be really difficult. So support for independent and plural media across the European Union, I believe, is crucially important. Support for civil society, trusted voices, grassroots organisations, I believe, have an important role to play as well. And also supporting independent fact-checking. Where can you go to get verified information that you can rely upon as being accurate? So we do need to support that as well. I think that's important. But I want to just give an assurance that we are fully committed to the implementation and enforcement of our digital rule book. We have brought forward a lot of legislation as a Commission in recent years with the support of the Parliament in Brussels and Strasbourg and the Member States and the national parliaments. And we now have to ensure that we implement and enforce the legislation that we have brought forward, and that requires resources. It also requires us to be fully respectful of the competence allocation, as I said earlier on, but that doesn't mean that we can't step up cooperation between the Member States in relation to electoral issues. And I'm particularly focused on the role of AI in elections, and that's why we will be bringing forward additional guidance from the Commission on this issue over the period ahead. And finally, I want to assure you that we will be moving ahead now with the actions that are provided for in the Democracy Shield. So the setting up of this new Centre for Democratic Resilience. We are engaging with the Member States. There will be a meeting on the 29th of January of all the Member States at official level, and then we will have at the General Affairs Council in a few weeks' time in February a discussion at a political level, and I hope that that will effectively represent the launch of this new centre, which will coordinate a lot of good work that's already being done, but it will pull it together, and it will ensure that the best practice, which does exist in parts of the EU, that resource is available in all parts of the EU, where currently it may not be so evident. So thank you, Dimitris, for the opportunity to respond to those questions, and I wish you the best in the remainder of this session, and indeed for the remainder of the conference today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. McCarthy. It is an honor that you have attended this session and that you have come earlier to be present here with us. We will now be moving on to the remaining speakers from Belgium. Mr. De Dieter-Kuten.
Knowing that the speed of evolution, the development of AI and the robotization of our societies moves a multitude faster than our legislation can evolve. I was triggered by the presentation of Professor Triga, who said, do we take advantage of these opportunities as politicians? Because, dear colleagues, what do we do in our lives? In politics, we debate, we write and delete legislation, we vote, we implement legislation, and we evaluate laws. We generate enormous amounts of data inside our parliaments. And I think we should open up all this data that we generate in our parliaments, that we should open up these data as a highly trusted source for preferred AI models. I think we should make our legislation machine readable, because in the future, not humans, but machines will implement the laws we vote. I think we should be open to have our laws evaluated by AI, and I think we should focus on agreeing on standards, European standards, that guarantee transparency and efficiency in how we use AI in our democratic process. So my question is to Professor Triga, do you have any more advice for us as politicians how we can use AI to strengthen our democratic process in our everyday life? Thank you.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ, κύριε Κουτέρ.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dieter. Next up, from Sweden, Mr. Fredrik Lindstal, if I'm pronouncing it correctly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our honourable guests who are attending today. It's been very interesting to listen to the speakers, and I'm making the reflection of my career and past careers. My mother defined herself as a teacher, and my father was an engineer. And I am probably the first generation where we will have multiple careers. We can go back and say that we had a number of them. And we achieved this through education and experience. But I also have 3 daughters, and they will, thanks to AI, have an unlimited number of careers because education and knowledge will not be at the center of what they do. But rather this idea that digital literacy, which our speaker highlighted earlier, will be very important. However, they will need to use this skill and skill set through their moral compass, and their moral compass will probably be more important than the need for legislation. So our real challenge as decision makers, but also as parents, is how do we achieve this moral compass in the age of AI? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lindstal. We will be passing on to our Greek speaker, Mr. Stefanos Parastatidis. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, the conversation on democracy and the rule of law in the era of AI has to begin from an admission. The AI is neither a savior nor a foe. It's a tool. And as every powerful tool, its effect depends on who is using it, for what purpose, and under which rules. Today, in an international environment where the establishments are being tested through the AI is being used for political influence and pressure and lobbying. The taking advantage of AI in this way is a conscious political decision. When AI is used without institutional limits and ideology, it can produce much more deepfakes and disinformation and corrode the trust in institutions. Democratic institution. The risk for democracy is not the AI and technology in themselves, but the use to manipulate instead of informing. The weakening of democracy always starts from undermining truth. When doubt replaces documentation, free will is corroded as well. AI should not limit the technology, but to impose rules and safeguards to protect and enhance the digital literacy. It's a deeply political issue and a moral issue, and we should see whether this tool will be used to strengthen democracy or to the detriment of justice. This is the issue. I have, it's important for everyone, and I think Mrs. Tringas, the Dr. Tringas' presentation was very topical on this matter, and thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Parastatidis. The next up, from Croatia, Mr. Mesic.
In a world of rapid change, protection against disinformation begins with informed and digitally literate citizens and public administration. Education is the foundation. Systematic investment in digital competences, including AI, through formal education, public official citizens, especially vulnerable groups. Citizens recognize the benefits of AI in everyday life and economy, but express concerns about privacy, job losses, and its use in healthcare, particularly regarding the complete replacement of doctors or medical staff. Public campaigns on recognizing disinformation, deep fake content, and manipulative narratives are essential, as they strengthen critical thinking and trust in official sources. Furthermore, when we talk about foreign influence on elections and manipulations through digital channels, these are not only national issues, but a challenge for all EU democracies. Interparliamentary cooperations, conferences, meetings of heads of state and parliamentarians, and the exchange of experience enhance democratic resilience. It would be useful to consider the possibility of establishing a specialized working group within the Conference of Parliamentary Committees for Union Affairs that would operate continuously through the electoral process, with the ability to convene rapidly and involve parliamentary bodies in real time. Ultimately, the shield of democracy can become the EU's central mechanism for linking the regulation of artificial intelligence, oversight of digital platforms, election protection, and the strengthening of institutions and citizens, with the aim of preserving a legitimate, resilient, and pluralistic democratic process. Thank you for your attention.
Ευχαριστώ, κύριε Μέσιτς. Ο επόμενος ομιλητής.
Thank you very much, Mr. Message. Next up, Mr. Pachourtidis from Cyprus.
Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ, κύριε Πρόεδρε.
Thank you very much, your President. AI transforms rapidly the public sector, but also the public sphere, but also with the risks we have advantages, and we should safeguard the human rights. One of the most risks is deepfake, a phenomenon that is not something that will pass just like that, but it's something that will be strengthened with the strengthening of the AI tools. In Cyprus, we're trying to address it, not in a fragmented way, but with two dimensions that I believe will contribute to the European reasoning of how to deal with these problems. We have given top priority to the protection of minors. The rapid increase of fake pornographic material of children through the AI is a new form of violence. We have criminalized these actions immediately. The second one is that deepfakes products depicting actual problems without their consent create great risks of disinformation and stealing the profile of someone, the identity. So we have created, we have established a digital identity that prevents implementing and putting on the internet fake news about someone and creating a fake profile of someone. Finally, I would like to underline that any international or national legislation on deepfakes should safeguard the freedom of speech, the press confidential, that are a fundamental component of our democracies. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Pachourtidis. Next up from Belgium, Ms. Katja Siegers.
Disruption that we have not seen coming and that has taken us by surprise. Throughout history, we always have seen that new technologies have led to moral panics. But moral panics paralyzes us. Staying calm is important indeed, but we cannot underestimate the radical nature and impact of AI. We are actually living with AI, especially generative AI, in the Wild West, potentially endangering our democracy. At the same time, AI is indeed a double-edged sword. Every new technology has opportunities and has risks, and endeavors. In Belgium, we already took the initiative to write an information report on AI called The Small Society already in 2018. The conclusions and opportunities and risks are still standing, but unfortunately, many of the recommendations are not implemented, not in Belgium, not in Europe. And in this report, we also stress the importance of digital literacy, which is very important. I share this. On the part of regulation, I'm afraid we act too slow. We leave the big platforms the space to taking off at the speed that regulation cannot keep up. We have taken action in Europe, Digital Services Act, European Media Freedom Act, hopefully Digital Fairness Act. I'm expecting much of this. But we must also implement clear rules for AI that create a clear framework based on clear ethical principles with the ambition of objective and creating AI for the common good. AI is not something that is overcoming us. As you pointed out correctly, Professor, it is we, the people who shape AI. So my question is for the members of the panel, do we do enough? Is it sufficient, our actual AI Act? How about the success of the implementation and also in the way DFA could strengthen regulation of...
Ευχαριστώ, κυρία Segers.
Thank you very much, Ms. Segers. Do we have any other speakers? We have on the back, because why can't I see the table? Yes, thank you very much. From Italy, Ms. Spinelli.
Grazie Presidente. L'Unione Europea è pioniera a livello globale della regolamentazione dell'utilizzo dell'intelligenza artificiale. E questo è uno dei settori in cui, come da tempo sostiene il Presidente Giorgia Meloni, occorre più Europa, un'Europa più pragmatica ed efficace che si concentri su poche... L'Italia crede fortemente nella governance coordinata a livello europeo e globale nel settore dell'innovazione. Infatti l'intelligenza artificiale è stato uno dei temi principali della Presidenza italiana durante il G7. E l'Italia è stata quindi il primo Stato membro dell'Unione Europea a dotarsi di una legge quadro. Noi crediamo fortemente che i Parlamenti, insieme ai governi, abbiano una grande responsabilità nel regolare, indirizzare e controllare lo sviluppo dei minori sistemi. La legge italiana prevede infatti che il Parlamento sia il destinatario del monitoraggio annuale. La nuova frontiera dei Parlamenti, quindi, è quella di approfondire la propria funzione conoscitiva sul tema per legiferare meglio. Il confronto tra i Parlamenti nazionali e il Parlamento europeo, che su questo specifico tema si è molto intensificato in questa legislatura, è sempre più necessario. E quindi, a nostro avviso, sarebbe utile istituire dei gruppi di cooperazione interparlamentare partendo proprio da questo esperimento di oggi, con due temi specifici: le applicazioni che possono migliorare e favorire l'interazione tra istituzioni e lo sviluppo di sistemi che prevengano e contrastino l'uso malevolo delle nostre piattaforme. Grazie.
Ευχαριστώ, κυρία Σπινέλη.
Thank you, Mrs. Spinelli. From Romania, Mrs. Daniela Stefanescu.
So, distinguished colleagues, disinformation is not a new phenomenon. What is new, it is amplification through AI, which enables the production and distribution of manipulated content at an unpredicted scale and speed. Today, AI not only facilitates the spread of false information, but also makes it possible to automate manipulation, generation of mass messages that are emotionally tailored, coordinated, and targeted at specific groups. This phenomenon directly affects electoral processes, public trust, and the function of democracy, especially during sensitive election periods. However, in responding to these realities, combating disinformation cannot justify disproportionate restriction on freedom of expression. The democratic response cannot rely on automatic censorship or on a delegating decision to non-transparent and unchangeable algorithmic system. The use of IE in this area should be strictly limited to support roles. IE can assist with trend analysis, the preliminary identification of pattern of the flagging of suspicion content. However, in the final assessment, legal qualification and any measure affecting fundamental rights must remain under exclusive human control. Natural intelligence and I can see. In the long term, the most effective protection against disinformation remain digital literacy. Informed citizens who understand the limit of IE and able to critically evaluate online content contribute the strongest defense of democracy. In conclusion, in the face of disinformation amplified by IE, our response must be proportionate, transparent, and democratic. Technology can support democracy but not replace. This responsibility legitimate
Thank you, Kyria.
with us as parliamentaries. Thank you.
Next speaker from Lithuania, Mr. Sukus.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, artificial intelligence generated political messages can be as persuasive as human rights and once rising disinformation risks. Protecting democracy requires countering disinformation and cyber attacks while ensuring access to transparent, high quality information. Resisting Russia and other authoritarian regimes, weaponizing technologies for propaganda and unlawful interferences in democratic processes requires participation all of society. Digital literacy and critical thinking are vital to build resilience, counter disinformation and hybrid threats, strengthen democracy. In Lithuania, there is one of specific example of the use of artificial intelligence in preparing cassation appeal, where the lawyer drafting the appeal used artificial intelligence tools, which resulted in the appeals reasoning being not entirely accurate and included references to non-existent Supreme Court decisions. I want to point out that artificial intelligence has provided very convincing arguments in non-existent Supreme Court decisions. This situation sparked discussions within the professional community and promote the...
Sugits, sorry, I have to interrupt you.
About
θερμή παράκληση για
I would like to ask the remaining 6 speakers to shorten their intervention to 1 minute. We would appreciate that because we are running out of time. This is not your responsibility. We do realize that we started late because of a delay in a bus reaching the venue. I would like to ask you to conclude in 1 minute. Our next speaker from Portugal is Mrs. Manuela Tender.
Monsieur le Président, nos pays se déparent avec
our countries are being separated through different legislation. We should assure transparency, the respect of human rights, and base ourselves on human values, which is not an easy thing. As President of the Committee of Human Rights, supervising human rights, I would like to share some things with you. How can we possibly promote ecosystems of teaching, of innovation for an equal access based on artificial intelligence? How can we stop risks? We use artificial intelligence in order to have access to information. We have to develop the cultural, the digital culture in order to identify fake information, deep fakes and manipulation. We have a conduct code about deep fakes, but are the citizens capable of identifying deep fakes and false information? We have to protect the most vulnerable, the children, the women, those who are very sensitive. So using this information in the right way allows us to continue.
Next up, Mr. Ulrik Jannisson from Sweden.
First of all, let's be clear, it's a rapid development of AI, and that means that regulations will always be behind the development, meaning that we need to be cautious not to take too big trust in the regulations. It will always be in the second hand, and it's also so that I'm not sure that all troll factories in St. Petersburg will follow the European regulations. So we need to be cautious not to rely totally on the regulation side. And that brings to my other point, the fundamentals here. It's the human who are behind, these humans who use those tools to develop things, and therefore the humans needs to be responsible. We need to be cautious, we need to be critical, we need to evaluate what's said. And especially when it comes to democracy, if we who are elected do not defend democracy, do we actually believe that the democracy shield or that regulation should protect our area? We need to take the debate. So let me conclude by making one very clear statement. AI do not have any human rights. Only human persons are the right holders and should be leading this society. Thank you.
Ευχαριστώ κύριε Τζονίλσον. Από την Ιταλία, ο κύριος Αλεσάνδρο Ούρζι.
Grazie Presidente.
Monsanto. Thank you, Mr. President. In Italy, we certainly do not like increasing rules and complicating the development processes. At times, we cannot deny that we have expressed reservations about the application of European legislation. Yet, the 2024 European Act is extremely important to Italy. Italy is aware of its guiding role and even anticipated its provisions through its own cutting-edge, human-centric legislation. Do we have to regulate everything? Do we have to oversee everything? Of course, decision makers play a pivotal role. The Chamber of Deputies in Italy is discussing a bill on potential influence on elections, on electoral campaigns through deepfakes. I will comply with the 1 minute limit. Italy's stance with Miss Prime Minister as Prime Minister is clear. We have to spread literacy, and we should control these issues, these tools, without being dominated by them.
Thank you, Chair. Dear
Ευχαριστώ κύριε Πρόεδρε. Αγαπητοί συνάδελφοι, η τεχνητή νοημοσύνη δεν είναι μια μελλοντική πρόκληση για τις δημοκρατίες. Είναι ένα παρόν stress test στην εποχή των deepfakes, των ξένων παρεμβάσεων, της αυτοματοποίησης. Το ερώτημα δεν είναι κατά πόσον ο δημόσιος διάλογος μπορεί να τύχει χειραγώγησης.
Scale. AI is paradox. The same technology that can fabricate a convincing fake speech of political leader in a second can also detect bot networks, coordinated influence operations and disinformation campaigns in real time before they go viral. The decisive issue is simple. Who controls the algorithm and under what rules? My position is clear. AI must strengthen cybersecurity and democratic resilience without undermining fundamental rights. Okay, but what does it mean in the practice? First, parliaments must ensure that AI tools used to counter disinformation focus on detection and exposure, not censorship. The second, what we will be told before, we must invest seriously in a digital literacy. Democratic resilience begins with citizens who understand how AI-generated content works, can recognize deepfakes and critically assess online narratives. Third, interparliamentary cooperation is essential. Foreign information manipulation does not stop at national borders. The choice before us, in my opinion, is clear. Either AI will be used to manipulate democracies or to protect them. Thank you very much, Chair.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Thank you very much. Not the last one, let's say the last, before the last speaker.
This is not something new. We have a generative link and we have definitely changed the social dimension. There are some opportunities. There is the possibility to go beyond the language barrier through translation. And this capacity to increase new content is the capacity of all of us to create fake news. And this fake news is not undetectable. So we have to be aware of this cognitive war burst, the capacity of the agencies dealing with this debate to help the citizens. Mrs. Speaker has already said that we have to regulate all this and to be proud of all the European initiatives taken through the AI Act. We can see that this regulation is of high importance. As far as education is concerned, the AI literacy should be considered by the European Union and insist on that, and not just on a national level, but on a European level for our children, because the education never stops at the childhood, but what is important is to protect the conscience of our citizens. Thank you very much indeed.
Η τελευταία παρέμβαση από την κυρία Κάθμαν.
Here to answer the question on what can we do as parliaments and how can we work together. So we have two examples, what we did in the Netherlands and one question. In the Netherlands, the entire House of Representatives jointly commissioned an independent study on election interference by AI and digital platforms carried out by a scientific institute. And this broad cross-party mandate strengthens democratic legitimacy and public trust. We will use these findings to learn, to answer key questions and to develop a concrete parliamentary and policy approach. And to achieve this, research alone is, of course, not enough. So in order to answer these questions and to turn insights into action, we have invited the major social media companies and online platforms to appear before our Parliament, together with independent experts to address questions like who answers the phone when the Parliament rings you, who takes responsibility, who escalates urgent risks and how fast. And these are two things we did, and we have one question about what Dr. Vasilika Triga said. We shape AI, AI doesn't shape us. And on this moment, a lot of people, especially in Africa, are shaping AI for us in really poor conditions. They earn less than $2 a day, and the content they are shown causes PTSS, anxiety, and other things. And the first lawsuits will start in 2026. And how do we react? How do we respond? And what can we do?
Thank you, Mrs. Katman. I would like to give 2 minutes to Dr. Tringa for some concluding remarks.
So, as you realize, you're asking me to act as AI now, because there were so many good comments. One point I have is that I've heard very carefully the interventions of all of you, and there is one common point. There is a consensus. We all recognize, identify AI in the same way, benefits and perils. So that's one starting point, that we all have common understanding, and that's very important for EU decision-making processes. Now, so what do you have to do as politicians? Go out of your comfort zone. So stop identifying with the use of AI problems, because we're doing it as well, and try to push for implementation. One of the biggest problems of Europe now is identifying common problems, but not agree on putting them in practice. So you have to push for the right decisions to be implemented with the use of AI, which can be very helpful in building arguments in order to push for implementation. I said be calm, but when we are calm, it doesn't mean we are waiting. Where waiting is passive. Being calm is being lucid. So we have to act. You know, I gave you all these examples on purpose to inspire you about how small countries, while they've been waiting for the big picture, for the UAE Act to be implemented, that my hunch is that it will not be implemented because of the common reasons that we all know, take initiatives. You know, we have Estonian examples, we have Romanian examples, we have Irish examples, we have fantastic examples. You know, so small countries like Cyprus, where things can be more managed, when they have languages that are much more limited, they need to start acting. Researchers, scientists are there. And we're still working, we're continuously working on these issues. What about the moral compass? Listen, morals keep changing. Remember the hippie era, we're having different morals. Unfortunately, we as parents or humans have to deal with morals that are in continuous change, and we can see them visibly nowadays. But this is how it is, you know. Definitely AI is not going to tell us how to act morally, but morally is something that is extremely moral, very dynamic rather than static. So, yeah. Finally, I wanted to comment on interparliamentary collaboration, but the way Europe is right now, I don't even dare to think about it. I understand, it's a very good point. But on what grounds? You know, we don't agree on very basic issues. We have lost a little bit the train, and it's you that you need to put it in motion again. Turning back to the digital literacy, I agree, let's train the new AI creators, but let's do it with concrete actions, stop having an education system still in very many European countries that abounded to parroting. You governments fund proper computers. There's lots of it, there are basic stuff that are missing and you're not doing it. So enough of speaking and let's act together. Thank you very much.
I would like to thank both Ms. Stringa and the Commissioner, and of course each and every one of you for attending, that you have patiently listened to the conversation, that you have positioned yourselves in a constructive way. In my concluding comments, I wanted to mention what Ms. Stringa has already mentioned, the need to train the new generation. The future of the European Union is our youth. And alas, if our youth cannot make the distinction in their minds when it comes to fake news and the truth, criminal acts from actions that are an example to lead. Rules are a good thing. I agree that they have to exist. Without delving, we shouldn't delve very deep in an environment that we cannot come out from. We have to have a perception on how to react and how to act to enable the European Union to live the next day, taking advantage to the fullest extent of the AI. We have a small change due to the timing. Everyone out now for the group photo. Then we will not have a coffee break. You can take your coffee and come inside so we can continue with our programming. Thank you very much.
I mean,
Παρακαλώ να ειδοποιηθούν όλοι οι σύνεδροι να μπουν στην αίθουσα.
If all attendees could enter the room, please.
Θα φύγει σε 10 λεπτά.
He has to leave in 10 minutes.
So, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Allow me to use my mother tongue.
Dear colleagues, following the extremely interesting first session where we highlighted the democratic and institutional challenges of artificial intelligence, we will now be moving on to the second session of today's conference with the equally critical question on how to translate these regulatory choices and legislative tools into effective implementation and real social benefits. Allow me to surpass a bit the program and give this floor directly to the Honorable Deputy Minister of Research, Innovation and Digital Policy, Dr. Nikodimos Damianou. Mr. Damianou, right after his speech, has to leave to Limassol, the second biggest city in Cyprus, to take place to the discussion of the Cyprus government with the College of Commissioners of the EU. So, taking all this, I am giving the floor directly to the Deputy Minister. Thank you very much, and thank you also for the change of the program to manage the timing today. I will speak in English.
Honorable members of Parliament, distinguished guests and distinguished speakers, history shows that the most disruptive technologies are rarely judged by their technical brilliance alone, but by how societies choose to govern them. Electricity, aviation, the internet reshaped the world, not because they existed, but because rules, institutions, and trust were built around them. Artificial intelligence places us at a similar, albeit potentially more dramatic, turning point. It is a general-purpose technology, as we call it, shaping economies, industries, and societies. Analysts predict that AI will generate over $15 trillion in economic value by 2030, while simultaneously testing our ethical, our legal, and social frameworks at unprecedented speed. In 1995, the Internet was described by many as a tool for academics and hobbyists. Its impact on commerce, politics, and society was considered marginal and speculative. Similarly, in 2007, when the first smartphone was introduced, many analysts dismissed it as an expensive gadget for early adopters. Few imagined that it would become the primary interface between humans, economies, and the digital world. Did we govern those as we should have? Probably not. But with AI, we do not have the luxury to go wrong. For AI today, the real question before us is not whether it will transform the world, it already is, but whether we will steer this transformation in the direction that benefits us the most and govern this transformation wisely, responsibly, and in line with our values. That is precisely why this conversation today, from regulation to reality, matters so deeply. It is in this spirit that I'm particularly pleased to join you and welcome you to Nicosia, welcome you to our presidency for this interparliamentary conference and to open a discussion that goes to the heart of Europe's digital future, governing AI not in theory but in practice. Ladies and gentlemen, AI is affecting geoeconomics and geopolitics perhaps more profoundly than any other technology in the history of humankind. A pitched battle is already in place globally over access to the semiconductors, the energy, the critical and rare earth minerals needed to power AI. A race to secure talent, infrastructure, and at the end of the day, power. Many confuse power and with dominance. The investments that go into what we collectively call AI, especially in infrastructure, are unprecedented. The new US AI action plan announced just 6 months ago is effectively a massive industrial strategy to turn the US into one giant AI factory. China is moving at a similar speed, but with public instead of private investment driving its AI expansion. At the same time, Europe has announced plans for 5 to 6 AI gigafactories, ranging from 50 to 500 megawatt each, an investment between 2 to 7 billion euros in infrastructure alone for each of these AI gigafactories. In fact, yesterday, the Council of the European Union has adopted an amendment to the regulation governing the activities of the Euro-HPC joint undertaking exactly to facilitate the creation of AI gigafactories. The result, a potential race to the bottom, a fixation on who builds superintelligence first, largely putting the fate of this growth in the hands of a few big tech AI companies in the US and China. My premise, there is perhaps a need to redirect more focus on applying AI to cure cancer, to fix the effects of climate change, to enable early detection of fires or extreme weather conditions, to create better services and products for an aging global population. A defining problem of our times, it is a fact that we are all getting older. Governments must move beyond capacity building for AI domination and turn to collaboration and enabling AI for good. Amid this escalating competition and shifting dynamics, Europe is seeking a new balance to preserve its values-based model while fostering a more competitive, homegrown AI ecosystem that prioritizes innovation, collaboration, and autonomy. However, a number of challenges render this task difficult, to say the least. Despite world-class research institutions and a high concentration of AI talent, only 4–5% of global AI computing capacity is European-owned, and studies commissioned by the European digital industry groups estimate that US providers capture approximately 80% of the EU cloud spending or cloud operations, while many European startups struggle to scale globally. To chart a clear path forward and reduce strategic dependencies, Europe has launched a series of bold initiatives to boost AI adoption and innovation, especially among startups and SMEs, and to strengthen its technological sovereignty and our autonomy. Frameworks like the AI Continent Action Plan and the new Apply AI strategy are key pillars of this effort. In addition, the new startup and scale-up strategy aims to ensure that Europe not only innovates but also scales and competes globally. While all this is happening, in May of 2025, a group of leading scientists published the so-called AI 2027 report, a bold forecast claiming that superhuman AI could arrive by the end of this decade with an impact greater than the Industrial Revolution. The report warns that if the current technological race continues without guardrails, AI could outpace human oversight. In its most extreme scenario, cascading effects follow: economic collapse, societal dislocation, even existential risk. Now, let me be clear that I do not personally share the view of such extreme outcomes. AI is not going to take over the world, enslave humanity, and kill us all if we get in the way. That's my opinion. However, the discussion about the risks for AI is not only relevant, it is also urgent. Rather than succumbing to extreme scenarios, Europe's response has been to act early and decisively, putting in place a governance framework that would allow AI to develop alongside trust, ethical use, and accountability. Allow me a quick reminder of the deployment of this framework. The EU AI Act, as we all know, the regulation entered into force in August 2024 and follows a phased implementation approach. From February 2025, last year, prohibitions of unacceptable risk AI systems and requirements for AI literacy became applicable. By August 2025, obligations for what are called general-purpose AI models and governance mechanisms were introduced, setting the foundation for transparency and accountability. The next major milestone is August 2026, when the core framework for high-risk AI systems will apply, including requirements for risk management, technical documentation, transparency, and human oversight. Most member states, including Cyprus, have already designated their national competent authorities to oversee implementation and enforcement, although work remains to be done. As the AI Act is now moving from legislation to implementation, Europe's success will depend not only on effective enforcement, but also on what we call smart simplification, and also fast growth of capacity across the AI capability stack. Advancing Europe's leadership in AI and emerging technologies, moving now to our priorities for the presidency, is central to our presidency's overall digital and innovation agenda. This is reflected across 5 key priorities. Number 1, making AI implementation practical, ensuring that the AI Act is simplified and applied uniformly across member states, enabling rather than restricting innovation across a digital single market. Number 2, advancing Europe's digital sovereignty, promoting investment in AI infrastructure, data spaces, and secure digital services. Number 3, fostering a trust in AI, strengthening Europe's leadership in responsible human-centric AI through education, ethics, and international collaboration, because sovereignty does not mean isolation. Number 4, enabling startups and SMEs with access to compute, data, AI factories, and funding through the EU Innovation Act mostly. And lastly, number 5, building Europe's AI capacity in science, research infrastructures, and also talent. These priorities map onto a set of important legislative files which will transform or form the focus of our presidency. Allow me to highlight the Cloud and AI Development Act. Without it, Europe will remain reliant on others and vulnerable to strategic technological dependencies. Cyprus will support this work with conviction, since the Act is instrumental in addressing Europe's gap in developing, training, and deploying AI systems at scale, while of course staying true to our core values. As already mentioned, we consider advancing the Commission's simplification agenda and streamlining administrative processes crucial to reducing regulatory burdens and unlocking the full potential of the digital single market. And let me demystify that. For us, simplification does not mean deregulation. We talk about smart simplification, which means alignment with our competitiveness targets. Europe's challenge is to provide greater clarity, coherence, and regulatory predictability. In this context, during our presidency, we will actively advance negotiations and discussions on the digital omnibus simplification package, focusing on cutting duplication, reducing reporting fatigue, and modernizing outdated provisions. In particular, the digital omnibus on AI proposal, the proposal number 1 of the omnibus, aims to clarify interaction with related EU laws, enable broader use of sandboxes to support innovation, reduce registration burden, and enable proportionate compliance for SMEs, amongst other provisions, including a stop-the-clock provision as well. Ladies and gentlemen, artificial intelligence does not come with a predetermined outcome. Its impact will be shaped by the choices we make, the institutions we build, and the values we choose to defend. As I often say, AI won't solve everything, and not everything is AI, yet it is undeniably shaping our digital present and future. Our priority must be to harness AI thoughtfully, focusing on applications that deliver real value and address meaningful challenges. At the same time, we must prepare our workforce and empower our youth for the intelligence age, equipping them with the skills, adaptability, and ethical mindset needed to thrive in a world where human ingenuity and artificial intelligence must work hand in hand, the so-called human-machine symbiosis. As we navigated the spectrum from regulation to competitiveness in a digital autonomous Europe, our task is clear: to ensure that AI serves people, strengthens economies, and reinforces Europe's strategic autonomy grounded in our European values. The Cyprus presidency stands ready to work with all member states, with all of you, the European Commission and the European Parliament, to make this vision a reality. Thank you very much.
I want to thank the Minister for his valuable speech, and of course we give him the permission to leave. Thank you, Mr. Minister. Αξιότιμοι βουλευτές και βουλεύτριες, αξιότιμοι
Honorable members of the Parliament, distinguished members of the European Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor and responsibility for me to chair the second session of today's Interparliamentary Conference held today, and which deals with one of the most critical, complex and strategic issues of our time: the governance of the AI and, above all, the transition from legislative regulation to effective implementation. I would like, first of all, to warmly welcome each and every one of you here in Cyprus, and thank you for your presence and contribution to a dialogue that concerns directly the future of Europe, the functioning of our institution, the European democratic institutions, and the trust of citizens in them, to the system, in democracy itself. I would like to express my special thanks to the distinguished speakers of our session, my friend and colleague Dr. Evripidis Stylianidis, my colleague Mr. McNamara, and the Deputy Minister of Research, Innovation and Digital Policy. Their scientific expertise, their political experience and institutional knowledge guarantee a substantive discussion with a clear political and legal orientation. Friends, artificial intelligence is not just another technological advancement and innovation. It is a structural transformation that affects the way public policy is exercised. It affects the functioning of markets, the organization of work, and the very core of our democratic governance. It is an extremely powerful tool of economic growth and competitiveness, which, however, comes with serious risks when it comes to fundamental rights, transparency, accountability, and finally, social cohesion. In this light, the regulation of AI cannot be seen as a mere technical or piecemeal legislative intervention. It is a political choice by excellence, and it requires a constant search for balance, a balance between innovation and legal certainty, a balance between economic growth and protection of fundamental rights, between freedom of the market, and the necessary institutional supervision. The EU has consciously chosen to play a leading role at a global level, adopting the first comprehensive regulatory framework for AI. The AI Act, with its clear and risk-based approach, embodies a fundamental European policy principle that technological progress must serve people and democracy, rather than operating unchecked, uncontrolled at their expense. This is an ambitious but also deeply political choice of responsibility. Today, however, we are at the most demanding and critical stage, the stage of implementation. The transition from legislation to practice showcases challenges that go beyond the legal level and touch the core of institutional and administrational capacity of all the member states. The readiness of national authorities, adequate staffing and technical adequacy, competence, consistency with the existing digital acquis, and the avoidance of excessive bureaucracy are critical factors for success. Without political will, institutional coordination, and effective cooperation, the Act is at risk of remaining a well-written but unenforceable text. At the same time, the European approach to AI governance cannot be separated from the international and geopolitical environment. We are living in a period of intensifying global competition, where technology and technological superiority are linked directly to economic power. They are linked to strategic autonomy and also international influence. Europe is therefore called upon not only to regulate, but also to invest decisively in infrastructure, data, human resources and capital, research and innovation. In this context, the role of national parliaments is crucial. As parliaments, we are responsible for the timely and appropriate implementation of the European framework, for effective parliamentary control of the executive authorities, and for ensuring that policy choices respond to the actual needs of the citizens and our economies. The parliamentary dimension of the governance, of AI governance, is a prerequisite for its democratic legitimacy. With these thoughts in mind, I invite you to contribute to a frank, politically mature, and substantive debate, not just here, but also in our parliaments, where we meet the citizens, people that vote, and to shape a European strategy that will transform AI into a lever for progress, security, and trust for European citizens. To conclude, I would like to add that I might be one of the couple of the older, let's say, members of the House of Representatives in Cyprus. I have five-year terms on my back. And I might add that I might be the first member of the House of Representatives here in Cyprus that I have used in practice and not in theory AI. Thank you very much for hearing me out. Thank you. Where should I... Allow me now to give the floor to my very good colleague in the Council of Europe, Mr. Evripidis Stylianidis, who is a member of the Greek Parliament and is also an associate professor in the Department of Law at the European University of Cyprus. Dear Mr. Stylianidis, the floor is yours.
Mr. Chair, dear good friend at the Council of Europe, dear colleague, I would like to thank you for this invitation, and I would like to warmly thank the President of the House of Representatives, Mr. Dimitriou, and also wish every success to the Cyprus presidency. Ladies and gentlemen, the world ahead of us is changing in unpredictable ways. The time of experience passes the baton to the time of knowledge that is also being replaced by the era of information. But who possesses information and how do they use it? Can they turn it into real wisdom, contributing to the improvement of humanity, or will it become a weapon in the hands of authoritarian regimes controlling power? Information, is it the same as truth? All these are questions that remain unanswered and become even more significant with the advancement of AI that has the unique possibility to gather, collect, and process information at exceptional speed. This capability of AI, can it only lead to truth or perhaps also to the distortion of truth through altering information, through deep fakes or through disinformation that alters reality and shakes trust? Artificial intelligence that is today applied on a smartphone contains more information than the ancient library of Alexandria. The transition to the AI era for complex biology and robots is completely different to the Industrial Revolution because it can lead to human intelligence that will dominate the world, overcome, exceed Homo sapiens, the wise human, and nobody will be able to predict if it will comply with ethical rules. So this, the way this revolution is being received by humanity varies. Before the fall of the Berlin Wall, Ronald Reagan was saying that the Goliath of totalitarianism will be defeated by David of the microchip, and the stronger Big Brother is less and less, is more and more weaker. He said that information is the oxygen of our times, going over barbed wires and mines and going through the curtain wall as if it was a lace in the same direction. In his book, Uniqueness is Clearer, Regerswell has said that AI is a key technology that will allow us to respond to pressing challenges such as diseases, poverty, environmental degradation, and all problems of man. It is our duty to fulfill this promise. Also, on the other hand, he talks about the need to mitigate potential risks. This same distrust has been expressed by other famous philosophers, scientists, and businessmen who have warned about threats against our civilization that AI can bring about, such as Elon Musk, Sam Altman, Jeffrey Hinton, and Mustafa Suleyman. This concern is also shared by political leaders. In 2023, about 30 governments, including China and the United States and the United Kingdom, signed the Bletchley Declaration acknowledging the potential for harmful effects, either voluntary or not, from the use of AI. The same concern is also expressed by the EU with the voting of the AI Act and the Council of Europe with the Framework Agreement on AI, human rights, democracy, and the rule of law, which has already been signed by the United States of America and the European Union as an organization. AI is not something that will come in the future. It is already here with the first applications affecting our daily life. So it has no meaning to try and avoid it, but we should not demonize it, of course. We should constantly study it so that we're able to harness its capabilities, also addressing effectively the risks that come with it. Some applications refer to ancient Greek tragedy. Arrogance leads to hybris that is followed by punishment and catharsis, the prevalence of the rule of law. AI focuses on the rapid development of technology. We could say that it is the culmination of the humans' attempts, long-standing attempts to create a human, and this is how the various terms related to Homo sapiens are interpreted when we talk about humanoid, robots, neurons, memory, viruses. These are terms borrowed from the human nature, but the technology relies on reasonable thinking and reproduces it. At the same time, it has not been able to decode human conscience in the same way. So the distorted use of AI without conscience inevitably leads to hybris and then to punishment that may lead to the end of humanity as we know it today, targeting not only the superhuman but the meta-human. What can give us a balance, harnessing the advantages and addressing the risks and challenges? Leading to a human-centered approach is human conscience. Human conscience can prevent the effects of abuse, leading directly to catharsis, that is the use of AI with respect to universal values such as democracy and the rule of law. In order to understand the power and super value given to information by AI, it suffices to study certain transitions in the global economy lately. So in our economy and in our markets, we have the typical example of huge changes in the Forbes list with the richest persons globally. For decades, we had the monarchs and those who held a big part of the productive land, big in the top ranks of the Forbes list. Then they were replaced by sheikhs and those who had energy resources that were necessary at the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. But in recent years, the top ranks are now being taken by the owners of high-tech companies, software companies, AI managers, and those who possess large volumes of data, big data. We have, for example, Bill Gates by Microsoft, Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, who owns X, and the owners of Oracle and Apple. The power of information, as we see it in the example of the global economy, in the same way affects geopolitical balance, international security, the functioning of democracy, and the protection of human rights. On the international political scene, the subjects of international law are not only humans and governments, but multinational companies that process volumes of data and affect developments more than humans and governments. Relentless competition, especially between the US and China, as to who will win the race of information by developing AI, leads to significant dangerous limitations to human rights and undermines democracy in the West, where democracy has been established and is most sensitive. The new data inevitably leads to the need to protect specifically personal rights, and we need to act in a proactive way. These different perspectives were highlighted during the first visit of James D. Vance, Vice President of the US in Europe, at two significant conferences, a geopolitical conference in Bavaria and a critical conference organized in Paris by President Macron on AI, which in my view was more decisive in identifying this differentiation. European journalists focus on the first one in Munich and the warning given by the US Vice President that the sheriff is no longer the same and that the EU must understand this and adapt. But in my view, the Paris conference was even more important because it highlighted a distinction with regard to the perspective of the US in relation to the regulation of AI. In the previous decades, we used to say that the Americans innovate, the Chinese imitate, and the Europeans regulate. This reality has already been overturned because the Chinese are moving fast towards research and innovation, threatening the dominance of the US. The Americans are worried that if they are limited by an extremely regulatory framework established in Europe with the AI Act, of course aiming to protect the rule of law, they will lose the geopolitical race to China. China has an authoritarian regime which does not have self-corrective mechanisms and that it will try to impose worldwide. On the other hand, the US does have a self-correcting mechanism through checks and balances. The global dominance of China through AI in economy, industry, administration, energy, defense, science, education, COVID, for example, in health, will mark the end of the rule of law and democracy, which are the core values of Western civilizations. Europe, on the other hand, is concerned about the internal balance of democracy, considering that if the big data platforms prevail internally and the role of the state is weakened, then this will undermine the protection of human rights and democracy. So seeking a balance between two approaches, the geopolitical perspective and the state perspective, is a necessity both for politicians and law professionals in Europe. Recently, Trump fell out with Bezos, and Google is also asked to sell Android and Chrome, and Meta is called to abandon Meta and WhatsApp based on monopoly laws. So this is perhaps a unique opportunity for my country, for Greece, for the Hellenic civilization, for Cyprus and the entire world, as we can become leaders by taking the right initiatives in a modern human-centered approach. So 43 scientists for this reason from 18 universities from Greece, Cyprus, the US and Europe, under my coordination, published a study of 713 pages in Greece, suggesting to the Greek Prime Minister, in view of the review of the Constitution, to establish a new law 5b, Article 5b in the Hellenic Constitution that will adopt the basic rules of the framework agreement of the Council of Europe that I helped draft with other colleagues. We also recommended for Cyprus and Greece to be the first European countries out of the in the world after the US and the EU to sign this framework agreement, an agreement of the Council of Europe that respects human rights. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, artificial intelligence, metaverse, blockchain, Internet of Things, synthetic biology, robotics, avatar, machine learning, all of these create a virtual reality parallel but equally important as actual reality that affects younger generations more, guiding children more than how they're guided by their parents and teachers. The cloning of cultures, McDonaldization as we call it, undermining universal values, threaten the collapse of traditional civilizations and entire nations. In light of these new threats, it is not by accident that in his last book, Henry Kissinger, before passing away together with other authors, referred again to the Hellenic civilization and talking about the allegory of the cave. In Plato's Republic, reference is made to the allegory of the cave, where in a dialogue between Socrates and Galafkonas, humanity is presented as a group of prisoners tied to the wall of a cave and looking at the shadows from the reflection of the light coming from the entrance of the cave. They think that they are real and ideal, but when they are liberated and go out in the sun, they understand what reality is all about. This perspective by Plato encourages to search truth, promotes research, and leads to reasonable thinking, which is recognized by Western civilizations as having derived from Greece. Eratosthenes also talks about the classification of knowledge, a function operated by AI, and Greek and ancient and modern philosophers talk about fostering values and attitudes that will prevent abuse and lead to the virtuous use of AI. In the centuries in between, societies have matured and progressed. However, in recent years, humanity has progressed more based on technological advancements and less on protecting the human universal values. And we see this if you go to visit the wall of Nicosia, the last divided capital of Nicosia, you will see how selective we are in applying international law. It is therefore necessary to pursue an ethical AI that will not target meta-humanism, but that will be human-centered, based on human thinking, human conscience. That remains the key mystery of creation. In this direction, we must work. Greece, Cyprus, Europe, and the rest of the world, confirming the position of a Greek Nobel Prize winner author who said that a time will come when civilization will shock us with its power.
Thank you very much, my colleague Vassiliadis, for your very nice, beautifully said, and on your speech. We will now be connecting online with Mr. Michael McNamara, co-chair of the working group of the European Parliament on the implementation and enforcement of the AI Act.
You can hear me?
Good morning.
Morning. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So thank you very much for this conference and for the honor of addressing you. I'm sorry that due to the that to rearrange my schedule to join you in person at short notice, but it is indeed an honour to address you this morning. In my invitation today, I would like to focus on the following issues and points: the joint IMCO-LIBE working group on the implementation and enforcement of the AI Act, of which I'm the co-chair, together with Mike Brando Benefei from the Committee on the Internal Market and Consumer Protection, IMCO. The digital omnibus on AI that was proposed on the 19th of November 2025 and early impressions on that. And finally, future challenges when it comes to European digital sovereignty and AI. So firstly, the working group. The European Union's adoption of the AI Act marked a historic milestone in global technology governance. As the world's first comprehensive legislative framework for artificial intelligence, it positions the EU as a global standard setter, advancing a risk-based and human-centric approach that protects fundamental rights while enabling innovation and competitiveness. This landmark regulation is the result of extensive negotiations led by the IMCO committee and the LIBE committee, of which I'm a member, supported by strong engagement. It reflects Europe's commitment to shaping a digital future grounded in democracy, transparency, and respect for human rights. However, the true test of the AI Act begins with its implementation. To support this work, a joint working group on monitoring the implementation and enforcement of the AI Act was established in the European Parliament in October 2024, led by the IMCO and LIBE committees. The objective of the working group is, as the name would suggest, is monitoring the implementation and enforcement of the Act. And in line with the concept note establishing the working group, its meetings are held in camera in order to facilitate open and frank exchanges, including the sharing of sensitive information from the European Commission and other relevant stakeholders. In line with the working group's concept note, the co-chairmanship of the working group was attributed to the groups that held the rapporteurship for the AI Act. In the case of the LIBE committee, this role was held by LIBE, which appointed me as a co-chair, as the rapporteur is no longer in the Parliament and is now working in the Commission. And the working group further includes one member per political group for both IMCO and LIBE committees. Moreover, the Jury Committee, which is the Committee on Legal Affairs, the ITRE Committee, which is the Committee on Industry, Research and Energy, and the CULT Committee, which is the Committee on Culture and Education, are also represented by one member, ensuring close cooperation and coordination across the Parliament. This structure very much mirrors the European Parliament's AI Act negotiating team. Thus, the working group stands at the heart of the Parliament's work on AI, closely following developments relating to the implementation of the AI Act. As I mentioned, the main task of the working group is to look at the implementation and enforcement of the Act through ongoing dialogue with the Commission as well as relevant stakeholders and other institutions. Over the past year and a half, we have held numerous meetings concerning the Code of Practice on General Purpose AI, including discussions with the chairs and co-chairs of the respective drafting groups. These were independent experts from academia, not just across Europe, but also some academics from North America. And they developed a Code of Practice, which ultimately was signed up to by almost all of the major actors in AI development, at least in the West. This interaction with the code helped to not only to closely monitor the drafting process, but also to provide input and explain to the drafters what the co-legislators intended with certain provisions. We also engaged in dialogue with numerous other stakeholders, including the AI office itself, data protection authorities, civil rights organisations, consumer organisations, all of which addressed us on the implementation of prohibited practices by member states. We convened a meeting with Henna Virkkunen, the Executive Vice President of the Commission, who's responsible for technology, sovereignty, security and democracy, during which she responded directly to questions by members of the working group. And we've held a meeting with representatives from national parliaments, together with the AI office, as well as representatives from the Danish presidency, and of course, very much look forward to working with the Cyprus presidency. Upcoming meetings will include topics relating to proposals for the digital omnibus, the Code of Practice on Transparency of AI-generated content, real-world testing in sandboxes, and super-intelligent AI systems. In addition, we're planning a meeting with the Council of Europe's Commissioner for Human Rights, Michael O'Flaherty, as well as a dedicated meeting on AI literacy. Effective enforcement will require shared institutional efforts, ongoing monitoring and continued political attention. In this context, close cooperation between the European Parliament and national parliaments can play an important role. A modern interparliamentary and cross-institutional dialogue will be useful, indeed necessary, to ensure that democratic oversight keeps pace with technological change and that the AI Act's principles are applied consistently across the Union. So next, I turn to an item that will occupy the Cyprus presidency, the digital omnibus and AI. As many of you will know, on the 19th of November 2025, the Commission adopted a digital omnibus package composed of two legislative proposals, one covering the digital acquis, the digital omnibus, and one addressing artificial intelligence, the digital omnibus and AI. Very imaginatively titled. The aim is to bring immediate relief to business, public administrations and citizens alike to stimulate competitiveness. These proposals are part of the Commission's cross-cutting simplification agenda, which, according to the Commission, will streamline the digital rulebook, reduce the number of legislative acts, and harmonise provisions, and lastly, cut administrative costs by simplifying provisions and procedures. The proposal outlines a number of changes to the AI Act, including extending compliance timelines for high-risk systems in Annex 1 and 3, with adjusted deadlines and exemptions for existing systems. It also removes the registration, it also proposes at least to remove the registration obligation for non-high-risk Annex 3 systems while maintaining documentation requirements. In addition, the AI literacy responsibility shifts from companies to the Commission and Member States, alongside expanded debiasing exemptions. The proposal advocates broader AI regulatory sandbox use with a stronger emphasis on real-world testing. It centralises oversight with the AI office, which is located within the Commission, which would be granted enhanced monitoring and regulatory powers, while transitioning some Commission powers from binding implementing acts to non-binding guidelines. Of course, in the age of artificial intelligence, speed matters. And for the omnibus looking to change deadlines to come into force in August 2026, this could not be more imperative. Europe cannot afford regulatory paralysis while technology advances at pace. In the European Parliament, and in particular within the LIBE committee, of which I'm a member, we acknowledge the time-sensitive nature of this proposal and the urgency it presents. But speed must not be confused with haste, and urgency must never be used as a substitute for evidence. As the Parliament examines the digital omnibus, I hope we will move efficiently, but that does not mean that scrutiny should disappear. Where the Commission proposes to reopen carefully negotiated provisions of the AI Act, it must justify those proposals with clear evidence, credible cost-benefit analysis, and a transparent explanation of the trade-offs involved. Simplification cannot mean weakening safeguards by default, nor can competitiveness be pursued through assumptions rather than facts. If Europe is to lead in artificial intelligence, it must show that it can legislate quickly and wisely, with decisions grounded in evidence rather than mere expediency. A concrete example illustrates why scrutiny remains essential even when we move at speed. The Commission proposes removing the obligation to register certain self-exempted high-risk AI systems, justifying this as simplification. Its own impact analysis shows that registering a system takes an average 2.5 working hours at an estimated cost of roughly €100 per company, amounting to a total EU-wide saving of about 100 just under 150,000 euros per year. In exchange, we risk losing transparency where oversight is needed, visibility to how providers classify potential high-risk systems, the ability of authorities to monitor patterns of exemption, and accountability for systems affecting access to jobs, healthcare, credit, and even justice itself. I expect the Parliament will interrogate the evidential basis for removing such safeguards, and I believe the Council has already asked similar questions. Both the LIBE and IMCO committees are expected to have nominated their respective rapporteurs by the end of this week, after which work on the proposal will begin, together with the shadow rapporteurs from across the political spectrum in the Parliament. In the meantime, the AI Working Group will examine the proposals and its implications in its upcoming meetings. Lastly, I would turn to my final point, and that's future challenges when it comes to the implementation of AI-related regulation. Recent high-risk discussions among EU parliamentary leaders have highlighted the growing need for stronger democratic resilience in the digital age. These exchanges have emphasised that misinformation and digital manipulation remain persistent challenges, and that AI, while posing real risks, also offers powerful tools to reinforce institutional integrity and support informed public debate. Of course, the next phase of implementation and enforcement will also depend on the negotiations of the Digital Omnibus, which proposes to modify the AI Act in the ways that I have described. Therefore, the AI Act's implementation and enforcement will also depend very much on the co-legislators' choices that will become clearer in the coming months. These choices will be decisive in shaping the interpretation of these adjustments and ensuring that citizens, businesses, public authorities and innovators do not face legal uncertainty in applying the revised rules. I hope that together we will ensure that the AI Act and the AI Omnibus propose to create a comprehensive and future-oriented framework that safeguards European values while empowering our companies, researchers and institutions. Europe, I believe, is ready to shape its AI future in a responsible, democratic and forward-looking way, so that citizens can trust not only European AI, but also European democracy. In order to achieve European digital sovereignty, we need to develop resilient digital infrastructure and foster innovation in strategic areas such as AI, cloud computing and semiconductors. To drive this forward, a multi-layered approach is essential. This includes enhancing digital regulation and cybersecurity, boosting industrial competitiveness through fair open market practices, and empowering citizens through improved digital literacy. In light of recent scandals, the pressing need for the development of safe, trustworthy and fundamental rights compliant artificial intelligence within the European Union cannot be overstated. Our citizens expect AI systems that protect personal data and adhere to core principles such as data minimization and purpose limitation. This is not simply about keeping pace with international competitors, but also of prioritizing ethical standards and legality, especially in view of deeply concerning recent events also reported by the European Commission involving AI systems facilitating potentially very harmful content, such as artificial intelligence software, which have paved the way for the emergence of nudification tools, which are becoming easier to find on social media and indeed search engines. These are apps and websites that produce deepfake nude images of real people using generative AI. This can involve removing clothes, getting an image to move suggestively, or pasting a head on a naked body, and often creating false images of a pornographic nature. Our regulatory framework must be robust enough to protect our values and citizens, which I believe is something that we should lean into and something that we should be proud of. Perhaps regulation can never keep pace with AI, but the alternative, deployment without oversight, without regard to safety, and without regard to fundamental rights, is unacceptable. So we look to regulate thoughtfully, adapt continuously, and keep faith in our European values. Thank you again for the opportunity to address you this morning.
So thank you very much, Mr. McNamara. Τώρα προχωρούμε στις δικές σας παρεμβάσεις.
Thank you very much, Mr. McNamara. We will be now moving on to your interventions. I am, of course, informed that the Cypriot food that is awaiting us is warm and it shouldn't get cold. So interventions will be shortened to 1 minute. First up is, can I have the list, please? From France, Karin Ben-Brahim.
Belgium.
Thank you, Chair. In Europe, business leaders often have a legitimate concern that we tend to regulate first and innovate later. In many sectors, this criticism is justified. Excessive or poorly designed regulation can indeed undermine entrepreneurship, slow down innovation, and weaken our global competitiveness. Increasingly, actors from within the AI sector itself have made it clear that a certain level of regulation is not an obstacle, but a precondition for sustainable innovation. In that sense, the question is if regulation is or is not the enemy of innovation. It is not an easy debate, but I agree with Professor Triga earlier today when she said, let's not over-regulate. The real challenge, therefore, is not whether we regulate AI, but how. We must avoid abstract bureaucratic frameworks that exist only on paper. We need rules without political-driven motivation. Freedom of expression must remain guaranteed. Getting this balance right is not only a regulatory task, it is a strategic choice for Europe's economic future and its values.
Thank you very much. Valencoso from Spain. Mrs. Valencoso, correct? Hi.
Dear Chairman, dear colleagues, today we speak about governing artificial intelligence, about moving from regulation to reality. This is not only a technical debate, it is a political debate. Artificial intelligence is transforming how we work, how public services operate, and how decisions are made. It affects democracy, it affects rights, and it affects trust. Europe has acted. The EU Artificial Intelligence Act is a global reference, but rules on paper are not enough. What matters now is implementation. In Spain, artificial intelligence is a strategic public policy priority. Our national AI strategy is clear in its purpose. AI must serve people, not the other way around. A key step has been the creation of the Spanish Agency for the Supervision of Artificial Intelligence, AISIA. This agency ensures real oversight, especially for high-risk systems, because governance needs institution, expertise, and enforcement. Spain has also launched a regulatory sandbox for AI. It allows innovation to grow, but within clear limits. Innovation and rights must advance together. We are also using AI in the public sector, in healthcare, in justice, in public administration, always with transparency, human control, and accountability. The social impact matters. That is why Spain invests in training, reskilling, and social dialogue. A just digital transition is not optional. It is a political duty. And let me conclude with a clear message. Artificial intelligence must serve democratic societies. Democratic societies must set limits and the direction of AI. That is the Spanish commitment, and that is our shared European responsibility. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now the floor goes to Mrs. Barbara Kaufman from Netherlands.
One point is essential for the Netherlands. We must protect and strengthen our European SMEs, including digital SMEs, especially digital SMEs. They are the backbone of our economy and innovation. This can only be achieved with strong, clear, and enforceable regulation that serves as a global standard, combined with firm enforcement. Yes, there's work to be done. Rules must become clearer and more workable in practice. And to make this commitment explicit and durable, our Parliament adopted a motion with broad cross-party support, stating that we do not want to dismantle AI regulation, but to clarify and improve it. This distinction really matters. Weakening rules would primarily benefit large tech companies headquartered on other continents, not European SMEs and not European citizens. A supervisory authority has the power to impose fines. It should also have the mandate to act proactively to provide guidance and confirm when companies are doing the right thing. Today, that certainly is too often missing, especially for smaller firms acting in good faith. Strong standards, legal clarity, and smart enforcement are not obstacles to innovation. They are the foundation of Europe's digital future.
Thank you very much, Barbara. So, Fredrik Lindstall from Sweden has the floor.
Thank you very much. In the interest of time and delightful Cypriotic food, I will keep it short. I made a reflection and I will ask this of you. If I would write a prompt to create a 1-minute address to emphasize effective legislation on AI, would that be a deep fake answer, or would that be an efficient way to legislate? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Stefanos from Greece.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, σήμερα δεν συζητάμε απλώς πώς η τεχνική.
Ladies and gentlemen, today we're not only discussing how to regulate AI, but whether politics can control technological power, because the problem is that technology is developing faster than the democratic legitimacy, and the greater the gap, the greater the concentration of powers on the few, on larger platforms. AI is already used to make decisions that affect their lives in information, in health, security, etc. When these decisions are taken without clear responsibility and when they are unchecked, we are referring to democratic deficit. The democratic governance of AI means to bring back human control, to make sure that no algorithmic decision is a black box, that there are clear rules, sanctions, and human oversight. Regulatory oversight. It also means that the rules should be implemented in practice and not only in text, without checks and balances, without independent authorities with true competences. Regulation is wishful thinking. So the question is simple and political. Are we going to leave AI strengthen this inequality of power, or are we put it at the service of democracy and public interest? The technology will not answer that, but politics will answer that. Thank you, Stefanos. I will now give the floor to Mr. Dalibor Paus from Hungary.
Colleagues, delays in implementing the AI Act are not about lack of political will, but about the complex and fast-changing environment in which the EU operates. Member States face diverse challenges, limited resources, gaps in technical expertise, and different institutional capacities, while still needing to support innovation. Stronger, more practical EU-level coordination is therefore essential. Clear and timely guidance from the Commission, targeted technical assistance, active exchanging of best practices, shared tools and temporary financial support to reduce administrative burden. Simplification is important, and the proposed digital omnibus moves in the right direction. Streamlined administrative requirements, greater flexibility, especially for small and medium enterprises, phased application for certain high-risk AI obligations, it's needed. More broadly, regulation alone is not enough. It must be backed by strategic investment in R&D, AI skills, data and computing infrastructure, strong public-private partnership and European cooperation. Public digital infrastructure can act as an AI accelerator, supporting Thank you.
So, thank you very much. Ulrik Jan Nielsen from Sweden.
To scrutinize decision is a backbone of the democratic development. You must be able to change why decisions are taken. Therefore, when AI are used as a tool in legislation or in authority decisions, I think we should start to require to have transparency on both the algorithm and the training data, because otherwise it's impossible to scrutinize the decision basis. We need to be able to stand accountable for the decisions we take, and in order to do that, we need to be clear what we are using. We have discussed so far how to identify and to avoid AI to penetrate the democratic society, but we need also to take decisions and to consider how we use AI in our businesses. So therefore, I call for a discussion about the transparency of the algorithms on the training data in order to scrutinize the use of AI. Thank you for the floor.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Manuela Tender from Portugal has the floor. Disappear.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. President, I would like to congratulate you for your interventions and for the organization of this conference. I would like to wish you all the best for the Cypriot presidency. And I would like to underline the priorities of the Cyprus presidency, as it has been mentioned by the minister. You have to go towards intervention and answer to the real needs of the citizens. For instance, we can stimulate the use of AI in order to fight violence against the most vulnerable and deep fakes or manipulation, or even identify the risks and make sure that there is action against cyber criminality. There are many occasions and these are real invitations in order to enable people and institutions and governments to act. Education of technology is very important. If one has to give the ability to the legislators, to the teachers, to the people in the government, how can we do this in a very rapid way? That is the challenge we need to face. Thank you.
Carves, France.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President. You get 12 points. Before going into legislation, we have to clear the interpretations. When it comes to the artificial intelligence, our culture, in 2019, Europe has produced a decree, and then later on, 24, there is this rules, this legislation. There is a contradiction. In 2019, we didn't know that the artificial intelligence would absorb all the songs, the video, the text, and propose. Today there is a competition which goes against our heritage, cultural heritage. So we need to look into the legislation and consider that if we want legislations and innovation, we should not forget that our cultural heritage is the cultural, industrial heritage that needs to be respected and preserved. Thank you.
Who is next? So, Dieter Köthen, Belgium. Wrong list. Okay, so the next one is Charles Singenstoul, France. 12 points. Yeah.
Connaissez vos classiques, Monsieur le Président.
You know all your classic. Thank you, Mr. President. About governance, we're talking about governance with regards to legislation and the way it's our role as deputies, and then the application of these rules. But we do not talk very often about this power, legislative power, and what I feel about this with regards to the artificial intelligence. Either this is towards the respect of rights, publishing rights. We have discrimination coming on and racism. The national legislations are good. They have enough legislation. Now the judges and the courts should apply all these legislations. It's a question of will. We need to take the decisions, and the legislative power should be also part of it.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Dear colleagues, we often say that Europe is good at regulation and weak at implementation. With artificial intelligence, we can no longer afford this gap. The real challenge today is not writing rules, but making them work in practice, quickly, coherently, and competitively. Let me start with a clear message. Regulation is not enemy of innovation, but moving from regulation to reality requires, in my opinion, three things. First, speed and clarity at national level. Uneven progress across member states is a real risk. Delays in designating authorities or unclear responsibilities increase the cost and uncertainty for business. Poland's approach is to centralize responsibility, though a single market surveillance authority for AI, supported by clear procedures and binding individual opinions. Second, innovation-friendly enforcement. Sandboxes are not a slogan, they are a necessity. Preferential access for startups and small middle enterprises allows experimentation under supervision without fear of accident non-compliance. This is how we turn the AI Act from a rule book into a launchpad. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very, very much. From Latvia, Beirut, Veset.
I am from Lithuania, Mr. Chair.
Sorry,
it's okay.
Lithuania.
The gap among EU member states is designating competent authorities is mainly driven by legal uncertainty caused by lack of methodological guidance and common standards from the Commission. Without clear guidance on the scope of tasks, the interpretation of Annex 3 and the timing of high-risk AI systems entering the market, authorities cannot effectively plan supervision or build the required expertise. Of course, we welcome the AI Act simplification, but currently it's not clear when and to what extent it will be approved. Until this clarity, we cannot expect any legal certainty, which is necessary for designation of competent authorities. More bureaucracy does not create better safeguards. Clarity does. We recommend starting from less in order to find best practices, and only then to make them a common rules, not vice versa. The EU can combine effective AI regulation with global competitiveness. Without this, the EU risks remaining a non-setter while staying dependent on the US and China. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Edmunds Teirumniks, Latvia.
Yes. Latvia has introduced...
I would say is the correct answer.
With surnames in Latvian language is always quite difficult. Latvia has introduced a clear AI governance framework that clarifies who is responsible for supervision, certification and risk assessment of high-risk AI systems, ensuring clear responsibilities and predictable decisions. Latvia set up the National Center for AI to facilitate practical application of AI. The center will serve as a coordinating hub focusing on enhancing internal and external partnership to improve AI solutions development in public administration, economy, security, education, health and other fields. Identifying and addressing security risks associated with AI solutions while promoting the long-term sustainability of the Latvian language and the inclusion of Latvian cultural data in AI systems, as well as their adaptation to the Latvian context. Strengthening ethical AI frameworks to address biases, combat misinformation and ensure transparency in AI-driven decision-making. Building strategic alliance with our partners and enhancing cross-border cooperation in AI security. The Center will establish and operate a special regulatory environment or sandbox that enables the development, training, testing and compliance assessment of AI systems in control settings. Thank you.
Last but not least, Mr. Pedro Alves from Portugal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Recently in December, in the Interparliamentary Conference at the European Parliament, the Commission, when presenting the Omnibus, focused two elements of digital simplification that raise major concerns in terms of protection of human rights, specifically simplification on the rules on data, and the idea that there is a need to unlock more high-quality data for AI. And obviously, the process is ongoing, but I think it could be interesting for the panel to comment or to elaborate on the level of simplification, specifically on what relates to data protection rules, and also whether this entails reviewing data protection legislation far more than just the AI Act. And this is considerably worrying in the framework where pressure from outside the EU is notoriously gaining track within the EU in terms of member states addressing the possibility of opposing existing regulations and probably the revision of the legislation and of the framework in these fields in particular. So it's relevant that we focus on the democratic aspects of the process, but I think the greatest challenge, more immediate, can be posed also on the front of data protection, because that's one of the doors that opens the floodgates for the problems in terms of democratic protection. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pedro. I want to ask Mr. Evripidis Stylianidis if he has anything else to add as a closure.
Just one observation. The European regulation on AI is a super regulatory framework which, if it's implemented in the form of a European regulation, it will be enforceable on all governments. So this has a risk of conflict of the European Union with the member states. I consider that the framework that was shaped by the Council of Europe, meaning the recommendation on AI, is a more flexible framework because it showcases the basic principles that a democratic constitution should follow and gives the possibility to each country that will ratify this convention to adapt these principles on the morals, the customs, and the form of democracy that each country wants to follow. Under this context, we shouldn't go down a path that will set more challenges and worsen a situation. We have to go constitutionally, and the constitutional legislators of each country to harmonize regulations with the European Union one in order to safeguard human rights and all the aspects that you have been talking here. It will be very interesting to delve more into this conversation, but we are running out of time.
Do you have anything to add? Are you hearing us?
Not yet.
No, okay. So, στο σημείο του αυτόν έχουμε.
At this point, we have concluded the second session of our conference, and we will now go out for lunch at Pentadactylos restaurant. Now, the name Pentadactylos, 5 fingers in Greek. This is the name of the second largest mountain of Cyprus, the mountain range of Pentadactylos. And this mountain is occupied. It is an occupied mountain for the last 51 years. All of you and all of us. So we're going out to enjoy the Cypriot food. But when we visit Cyprus, when you visit Cyprus, you should always have in mind that Cyprus is the last semi-occupied part of our family, of our European family. And this part should be reunited. And the people should be reunited, the territory should be reunited, and everything. So this is an important point of reference, and this is why I am mentioning this. I would like to thank you all very much for your presence, for your contributions, for your comments and ideas. So we are a little bit wiser, I would say, on this huge topic that will be studied by people for decades to come. Every day in relation to AI, a leap forward takes place. So we are going to take small steps towards the restaurant to enjoy the Cypriot cuisine. Thank you very much.
Καλά καμνείς. Εμένα δώσα μου πες εσένα την
Please, we have to start. Take your seats.
Be so silent.
Μετά από να το δίνετε το λόγο στις αντιπροσωπείες, είπα σε αυτά με τα abbreviations.
Είδα το, ναι.
Α, φύγα σας τα εντάξει.
Ναι, είδα το εκεί, ναι. Ξέρεις ότι έγραψε. Αν έχω λίγο πιο online.
Ναι, πρώτη είναι online.
Α, το participant του speaker. Εντάξει.
Όχι, τους speakers να τα βλέπω.
Και βεβαίως να ενωθούμε με την
Κάποιος συντονίζει πρώτη στην...
Ναι. Έλενα.
Καλό απόγευμα.
Good afternoon. We will be moving on with the third and final session of today's Interparliamentary Conference. The toughest one, saying this because it's an afternoon and it's right after food, right after lunch. However, it's equally important, an equally important discussion on the challenges and opportunities in the employment sector in the era of AI. I would like firstly to thank especially our speakers from the academic and political field, whose knowledge and expertise will contribute to our conversation regarding the employment challenges and opportunities in the age of AI. Allow me, dear colleagues, to initiate this discussion with a short speech. Our topic, AI, is not just a theory, this has already been said, but it affects directly economy and society, given that the fast penetration of AI has been shaping already the work landscape. There are similarities between various sectors. In some sectors, many prospects are shaping new job opportunities, and innovation and productivity is being enhanced. However, in other areas of work, there are legitimate concerns about changes in labor relations with the replacement of workers by AI systems, and unavoidably, and this translates to elimination of job openings, and at the same time there are risks of inequality, lack of adequate human oversight, and transparency in decision-making. At an EU level, the AI regulation, the AI Act, sets out the framework for its use and transparency. The GDPR sets out broader transparency and personal data protection, while the directive of the EU on platform work introduces specific rules on labor rights. However, the effective implementation of the member states remains one of the most important elements, as is the overall protection of broader labor rights. The rate of development of AI seems to be very fast, and this has been stressed throughout previous speeches and presentations. This means that we have to be adequately ready and precede technology rather than follow it, by respecting the labor rights of the existing employees as well as the workforce of tomorrow. We should ensure that AI systems operate transparently and under human supervision, investing in skills and developing a strong framework for protecting workers' rights and jobs. As national parliaments, we have a central role to play. In this framework, I have to set towards discussion some very important questions, in my opinion, without, however, these being like part of an exhaustive list. How can we assess, take advantage of AI to increase competitiveness and jobs without undermining the existing job positions? What are the mechanisms to safeguard human supervision, security, safety, and the respect of fundamental rights in the workplace? How the EU and the national parliaments can further the supervision on the matter? And finally, how can we train the youth so that they acquire digital skills to be able to deal with the world of AI? Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, AI can become one of the most powerful drivers of growth and competitiveness. However, we must first and foremost ensure that this progress remains human, fair, and socially responsible so that it translates into real prosperity for everyone. With these thoughts in mind, allow me to give the floor to our distinguished speakers and then to all those who wish to make interventions. And I am convinced that everyone's contribution will substantially bring something to our dialogue for a fair and sustainable future of work in the age of AI. The floor now, as I have said, to our main speakers, 10-12 minutes more or less for each speaker to stay within our, that's what we have agreed to, and please stick to it so we can proceed to the interventions. We will be starting by the chair of the Committee on Employment and Social Affairs of the European Parliament, Ms. Lee Anderson, who will be with us remotely. Thank you very much. Ms. Lee Anderson.
Dear colleagues, my greetings from Brussels. I hope you can hear me well. My name, as was stated, it's Lee Anderson, and I am the chairperson of the Committee for Employment and Social Affairs in the European Parliament, and it is my pleasure to bring you greetings from Brussels. The use of AI and algorithmic management in working life is one of the most important questions for the work in our committee. Rapid technological development and the increasing use of artificial intelligence are affecting the world of work and workers in many ways. Digitalization and automation in the workplace, which includes the use of AI, has been a long-standing issue on the agenda of the Employment and Social Affairs Committee. We have had several hearings with experts, we have had oral questions, studies and reports calling for the European Union to legislate in this field, as well, of course, as the work that our committee has done on the negotiation and adoption of the landmark EU directive in this field, which is the Platform Work Directive from the last mandate. The increasing use of digital technologies in the workplace presents both opportunities and challenges, while the full impact of this transition is yet unknown. On one hand, such technologies can increase flexibility. They can enable better work-life balance through remote work and flexible working arrangements. But on the other hand, they also pose numerous risks to the mental health of workers and to work-life balance. These technologies may blur the boundaries between professional and private life due to growing pressures on workers to be reachable at any point of time. At the same time, algorithmic management can increase risks of bias and discrimination, bring reduced transparency and undue surveillance in the workplace, as well as allow for monitoring of workers outside the workplace. Our committee's work in this area has been at the crossroads of traditional EU labour and digital acquis, focusing on the right to disconnect, on health and safety, including mental health and well-being in the workplace, as well as algorithmic management. It has also been looking into the impacts of digitalization, including AI, in the labour market and the growing digital skills gap, with only 15% of workers having participated in AI training in 2023. Most recently, the committee initiated a European Parliament resolution to call for new EU measures in the field of algorithmic management in the workplace. This resolution was voted in the plenary in December 2025, and it reflects to a large extent the logic and the provisions of the Platform Work Directive, notably the chapter in this directive on algorithmic management. The Platform Work Directive has to be transposed by member states by December this year, 2026, and builds on the existing social and digital EU acquis. It establishes rules to frame the processing of workers' personal data by increasing the transparency, the fairness, the human oversight, safety and accountability of relevant algorithmic management procedures in platform work, as well as imposing limitations on the treatment of certain data, which comes on top of the GDPR. This resolution that was accepted in the December plenary calls for extending to all workers in all fields of the labour market the protection granted by the Platform Work Directive. But in that directive, this protection is only for those that are working in the platform economy. We need to have the same safeguards for all workers, given that algorithmic management tools are becoming more and more common in very different parts of the labour market and in traditional work settings. While stressing that the use of algorithm management systems can provide opportunities for work optimization, the resolution highlights that these technologies have to be overseen by humans. It emphasizes the importance of transparency and the protection of fundamental rights and personal data, including imposing specific limitations on data processing regarding data related to workers' emotional, psychological, or neurological states, private communications, data of workers while being off duty, or the use of data related to freedom of association and collective bargaining. Decisions that are related to workers' performance, to salary, and to termination of employment should not be outsourced to AI, because these decisions affect fundamental workers' rights and have a real impact on people's lives. Workers must retain the power and responsibility to make decisions in the workplace, and they must have sufficient access to challenge automated decisions that concern them. Furthermore, to ensure that algorithm systems benefit workplaces and workers alike, workers and their representatives must be involved in their development and implementation. As already said, both the Platform Work Directive as well as any future new legislation on algorithmic management in the workplace necessarily and of course build on the existing digital acquis, notably the GDPR and the AI Act. Basic rights of the workers as data subjects, the definition of lawful processing, data protection impact assessment penalties and limitations are defined in the GDPR. But the Commission has recently published a so-called omnibus proposal to simplify the provisions of both the GDPR and the AI Act, which could mean in practice a lowering of relevant rights, including for workers. The European Parliament will soon start working on these proposals, and the EMPL Committee will keep a close eye on these developments, as they will have direct consequence on digital rights in the workplace. Our committee will also start working very shortly on another request to the Commission to present legislation on psychosocial risks and mental health at the workplace, which will also look at risks that are linked to digitalization. All of these European Parliament calls for algorithm management, right to disconnect, and psychosocial risk are expected to be dealt with towards the end of this year in an all-encompassing new legislative proposal called the Quality Jobs Act. The first announcement of this proposal was made last September by the President of the European Commission and reflects the engagement already taken at the start of this Commission's mandate. We look forward to working on the future Commission proposals and to make sure that they respond to the challenges faced by workers in the European Union and contribute to delivering quality jobs. Last but not least, the Employment and Social Affairs Committee will organize an interparliamentary event on similar topics on the 15th of April in Brussels. And I also want to take the opportunity to invite all of you to come to Brussels then for us to be able to continue these very important discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Anderson. Very, very important and useful what you have just mentioned. Hopefully you will be staying with us until the end of the session, so we have your final remarks on the observations or comments of our colleagues. Now we will be moving on to our second speaker, the President of the Board of Directors of the Human Resources Authority in Cyprus and Senior Vice Rector of the University of Nicosia, Mr. Konstantinos Fellas. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Distinguished members of the House, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor we welcome you to Cyprus as we take on, with joy and pride, the presidency of the Council of the European Union for this first half of 2026. This milestone marks an important chapter in our European journey. It's a moment to reaffirm our steadfast commitment to the European project and our shared values of democracy, solidarity, and peace. As a bridge between continents and culture, Cyprus, our Cyprus, is uniquely positioned to contribute to the dialogue stability and cooperation throughout the wider region. It is a great honor for me to participate in this interparliamentary conference representing the Cyprus Human Resource Development Authority. The topic of this session, employment challenges and opportunities in the era of AI, is both crucial and timely. This is because we are facing technological developments that affect economy and the labor market, and also our society. My presentation focuses on key indicators of the labor market, the changes that are taking place, the exposure of specific professions to AI, and the challenges and opportunities arising from digital transformation. Additionally, I will refer to the institution and the work of the authority, the strategic initiatives it implements, and its contribution to the strengthening of digital skills here in Cyprus. Friends, the labor market has improved significantly in recent years in Cyprus. This is obvious, among other things, from the employment percentage, the employment rate of the population aged 20 to 64, which reached in 2024 79.8%, reaching the national target of 80% for the employment rate, which was agreed with the European Union. The overall unemployment rate for people over 15 years of age in Cyprus gradually decreased, reaching 4.9 in 2024. The long-term unemployment rate, meaning more than 12 months, in the labor force showed a slight improvement, remaining at around 1%. It should be noted that young people from between the ages of 15 and 24 remains the age group with the highest unemployment rate, with great discrepancy from the second one. It amounts to 13%, despite the gradual decline in their numbers, with more than 1 in 8 young people unemployed in 2024. In addition, the participation rate in education and training of the population aged 25 to 64 rose to 11.2% in 2024 compared to 6.7% in 2018. The labor market is facing significant and multi-level changes. Globalization and intensifying competition, technological developments of the fourth industrial revolution, demographic aging, environmental and geopolitical challenges, and the dual transition of the economy, digital and green, are having a decisive impact on the way we work. In this context, the adaptation of skills of the human resources, the adaptation of human resources skills is becoming necessary, while jobs are not disappearing en masse. They are rather rapidly transforming. International studies predict that 50% of workers will need retraining as new technologies rapidly enter the workplace. We are also seeing a polarization in the demand for skills, with an increased need for both high and low-skilled professions, while routine tasks are significantly reduced. 86% of businesses are expected to have transformed by 2030 through the adoption of AI, with the IT sector being the leader and the construction sector lagging behind. Studies estimate that work activities are being redistributed globally. Tasks requiring manual skills or routine processes are declining, and we are experiencing an increase in the activities related to information management, problem solving, and the use of advanced AI tools. These findings highlight the changing nature of work and the importance of professional transformation at an international level. According to scenarios presented for 2040, technical intelligence technologies, AI technologies, will affect not only the type of work, but also the way economies are organized. Different scenarios are predicted based on the level of adoption of AI, from increased automation to collaboration between human and machine models, which will require advanced digital and cognitive skills. These scenarios serve as a useful strategic planning tool for government and businesses. The exposure of professions to AI varies significantly, with some professions, such as those involving information processing or data analysis, being at higher risk of automation. At the same time, professions based on creativity, human resource management, or even complex decision-making benefit as artificial intelligence acts as support in these areas, increasing in this way productivity without replacing humans. The analysis of job exposure shows that the degree of vulnerability is not static. It depends on the speed with which each sector adopts the technology and on the ability of employees to upgrade and enrich their skills. The need for lifelong learning is a necessary prerequisite for protecting all professionals. It is a fact that the labor market in Cyprus faces significant challenges. We have a shortage of skilled skilled labor in several sectors of the economy, such as tourism, health, agriculture, construction, manufacturing, and IT. At the same time, youth unemployment rates remain higher than the EU average, while the participation rate of adults in lifelong learning activities remains low, limiting thus the economy's ability to respond to new demands and challenges. Dear friends, the mismatch of skills between the education system and the actual needs of the labor market is one of the country's most significant weaknesses. Many graduates are employed in mid-level positions that do not require a university education, while others choose fields of study that are not in high demand. The lack of skilled professionals in the fields of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and the low level of digital skills are serious obstacles to enhancing competitiveness. Despite the challenges, significant opportunities are emerging. AI technologies strengthen the emergence of new high value-added professions, improve productivity, and contribute to strengthening traditional professions such as marketing, health, and construction. At the same time, there is a growing need for automation technicians, robotic system maintenance technicians, and AI trainers. It is particularly important to prepare young people for the jobs of the future, which will require a combination of technological and horizontal skills. Our authority, the Cyprus Human Resource Development Authority, is one of the key institutions for strengthening the country's human resources. As a legal entity under public law, we operate under the supervision of the Minister of Labour and Social Insurance. We are governed by a board of directors and we are mainly funded by the Human Resource Development Fund and European funds. The operation of the authority reflects the country's strategic will and commitment to the continuous and qualitative upgrading of citizen skills. The vision of the authority focuses on enriching human resources with modern and appropriate knowledge, enabling employees to respond effectively to the ever-changing needs of the economy. Strengthening the competitiveness and resilience of businesses is a key objective achieved through continuous and systematic training. The activities of the authority includes promoting the employability of unemployed and inactive people, lifelong learning, implementation of projects under the Recovery and Resilience Plan, and the Thalia Social Cohesion Policy Program. We also strive for the development and implementation of quality assurance systems in the field of vocational training. At the same time, we invest in conducting research and studies for evidence-based policy and action-making. The authority is implementing an extensive program to promote digital skills within the framework of the Recovery and Resilience Plan. We offer free training programs for employees in the public and private sector, to the unemployed and to the self-employed. These training programs are implemented by certified vocational training centers and centers of excellence, willing to reach a target of 16,500 participants. The training programs cultivate various digital skills at all levels. This variety allows for the support of a wide range of professionals and strengthens the country's ability to adapt to the demands of the digital age. Targeted development and upskilling highlights the strategic commitment of the authority to strengthen not only basic digital skills, but also the ability of human resources to utilize advanced technology, contributing thus to the overall upgrade of the digital maturity of our place. An example of the training programs offered is the e-developer. This is aimed at graduates of all disciplines and offers 200 hours of training for front-end positions and 200 hours of training for back-end development. The program enables participants to acquire knowledge and skills directly meeting the needs of the market so that they're able to penetrate one of the fastest growing sectors of the economy. The Human Resources Development Authority implements a flexible training system adapting to the changing needs of the market. It doesn't provide the authority itself training, but approves and subsidizes programs implemented by vocational training centers and centers of excellence. Its plans are based on systematic research and the needs identified by both employers and providers. The selection process for participants in employee training programs is done by the employers themselves. To conclude, I would like to emphasize that AI is not a threat. It's rather an opportunity for those who choose to adapt, to educate themselves and evolve. Undoubtedly, the Human Resources Development Authority, with its many projects and diverse activities, is a strategic partner in the overall effort to develop and strengthen our country's human resources. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Dr. Fella, for your intervention and for everything that you have mentioned in relation to the role and the mission of the Human Resources Development Authority. Moving on now, giving the floor to Dr. Nikos Trimikliotis, professor of the University of Nicosia and national expert of the European Network for Labor Law. Mr. Trimikliotis, the floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you for the invitation. Chair, honorable members of Parliament, dear colleagues and friends. Artificial intelligence is rightly framed in this conference background note, as well as all the research that you know, as a dual phenomenon. It's a source of, it can be a source of innovation, productivity, and competitiveness, but also a profound challenge for democracy, the rule of law, and fundamental rights. Nowhere is this tension more visible than in employment. It's a situation whereby, particularly in platform work, we heard earlier the chair of the Employment and Social Committee of European Parliament, algorithmic management, where economic efficiency, social rights, and equality intersect most sharply. Studies demonstrate that there is a dangerous exponential gap. Rapidly evolving technologies disproportionately benefit economic elites and digitally skilled actors, while exposing workers to intensified insecurity, particularly those at the lower echelons of the labor hierarchy, such as the workers in precarious and platform-based employment, and those who do not enjoy any protection at all. So we have a situation. From the outset, I'd like to set one point. This is not simply a question of technology or market regulation. It is a constitutional, rule of law question right at the heart of European labour law. My argument today is straightforward. AI may optimize outcomes, but without participatory and equality-oriented safeguards, optimization becomes a mechanism for entrenching power and increases inequalities and precarity at a moment where this is already dangerously too high for everybody to bear. Therefore, we need to think of the different aspects whereby this can create problems. The first one is algorithmic discrimination and fundamental rights issues. Let me say that the concept illustrating this is just as seen as algorithmic discrimination is already discussed widely. Bias in automated and machine learning systems results in unequal treatment of individuals or groups. Importantly, this bias does not necessarily originate from the machines acting independently. It stems from human stereotypes, from historical discrimination, structural inequalities embedded already in the data, and what is often described as garbage in, garbage out. So from a European legal perspective, this directly engages to equality before the law, the prohibition of discrimination, and respect for private life and dignity. And here, European equality law is very important because it deals with very important aspects that we have to deal with, both the EU Charter of Fundamental Rights, the European Convention of Human Rights, has never required proof of intent. It focuses always on the effects. Therefore, it's crucial to bear in mind that algorithmic discrimination is therefore particularly dangerous. Why? Because one, it is indirect, two, it's scalable, and third, is often invisible. This makes inequality harder to detect, harder to contest, and easier to normalize. This is why the whole logic of the shift of the burden of proof in equality cases is really reversed, and in labour law, this has a wider application, as you know. The other aspect relates to platform work and the illusion of negotiation. In platform work, we already heard how important the directive that has been passed by the EU. We have called, which we still call, which is a very important issue. This is because negotiation with the two sides is structurally asymmetrical. Workers do not meaningfully bargain over pay, schedules, task allocation, or disciplinary standards. These core conditions are essentially set unilaterally through algorithms. So algorithmic management, therefore, functions as a permanent AI negotiator, continuously determining pay rates, dynamic pricing, task assignment and ranking, performance evaluation, and deactivation thresholds. So platforms justify these outcomes through the language of market efficiency. Workers are told that the rates reflect supply and demand. But what this logic conceals is, of course, power, differentials in power. The platform defines the bargaining space, the platform fixes the assumptions, the worker cannot contest these rules. So what appears as a rational allocation is in substance a unilateral value extraction legitimized by automation. Hence, the need for special protection. Now, when it comes to the questions of, this is the slide I forgot to move. When it comes to what is optimizing, is we have to think of the different ways in which the AI Act has moved matters further. It has moved matters in different ways because it's precisely why the EU has adopted a risk-based regulatory approach. The AI Act, let me move this. Okay, these are just, sorry, I'm a bit confused here. I'm a bit lost with my notes. What optimizes, let me go. I'm moving too fast. Okay, let me just continue with my reading rather than follow here. Algorithmic management plays a very different role in the way we can think of things, and the EU AI Act has provided efficiency, from efficiency has to move to rights. This is precisely how the EU has adopted a different approach. Under the Act, AI systems used in employment and workers management, recruitment, evaluation, monitoring and decisions affect work relations and are classified as high risk. And this is not a technical issue, as we have heard. It is a normative signal and it must be understood as such. It means that workplace AI is not merely a productivity tool, but a fundamental rights governance issue. And this is where we need meaningful human oversight, continuous monitoring, and information duties towards workers and representatives. And the fundamental rights impact assessments here creates the situation that we have to properly implemented. So optimization alone is never sufficient where dignity, equality, and power asymmetries are at stake. Now, we already heard from Lee Anderson earlier that the situation with the omnibus may actually lower the standards. So rather than increasing standards, what we might see is actually a lowering of standards, which I think is a problem. Now, European case law has already developed a way of actually regulating this matter. For instance, in the case of Uber in Spain, Uber is considered to be an employer. In the case of independent contractors, we may have a different situation whereby they are allocated as worker rights. In other cases, we have the concept of employee growing, and that's very important indeed. And different cases show different ways of dealing with it. Now, let me come to some key ideas in terms of how different traditions operate here. Different countries have different traditions at play, and this relates to the point made earlier by the previous speakers. In France, for instance, algorithmic management is treated as a matter of collective labor rights, and transparency and worker representations are central, reflecting labor as a social citizenship. In Italy, it's a substantive equality question. In Germany, it's a procedure and co-determination. In Netherlands, transparency and judicial accountability. The problem is that in Cyprus, for instance, as well as in other countries, the context is very, very different, and the labor standards are not always maintained in the same way. And I think this is a very important issue. Now, what is to be done here? What are the key measures required? The key measures are, to answer the first question that was set by the chair earlier, is first of all universal labor protection across employment forms. Labor rights must be attached to the performance of work, not former contractual labors. Of course, the performance here is a crucial issue that has to be thought of in different ways, because we use objectified data to define how the job has performed. Platform workers, gig workers, workers managed by algorithms must enjoy protection and already enjoy some protection. And this aligned with the ILO concept of universal labor. Secondly, there should be a rebuttable presumption of employment. In other words, AI media controls through algorithms should trigger a legal presumption of that we're dealing with workers rather than anything else, which can be, of course, rebutted. And, of course, this responds directly to the erosion of employment relationships already identified in many countries, such as Cyprus, as well as in many other countries. Thirdly, protection against de-skilling and technological unemployment. This is already a very important issue, and this is a way in which we all use AI. AI, instead of helping us improve ourselves, makes us lazy as well, and may lead to de-skilling. And I think that's a very important issue to think about how we deal with education. Automation must not be treated as some sort of inevitable process or neutral. And I think we have to think about that. Fourthly, sector-specific safeguards. Different sectors, already the chair has mentioned that different sectors enjoy a very, very different situation. Some are benefiting, others are losing out. And I think we need to think of how different sectors are operating. In terms of the challenges to labour law, we need to think of the different aspects of labour law is affecting matters in a very different way. And I think there's a logic here that we have to think about how this works properly. And we have to think specifically of the role of parliaments. And the role of parliaments is very important here. Why? Because they can do specific things that I think are very important, such as require ex-ante parliamentary scrutiny of all AI deployment in employment. So that's one aspect. Secondly, they can strengthen worker participation and trade union involvement in AI governance. Fourthly, they can exchange best practices on labour inspection, algorithm audits, and collective bargaining clauses in AI. And of course, they can resist the deregulatory pressures framed as simplifications that weaken safeguards in the name of competitiveness. This is precisely what is happening now with the proposed omnibus discussion that is taking place. So, my final point, if we are going to think about the future, in labour relations, efficiency without participation is domination by design. It is for parliaments, it is for representatives of the people, it is for movements, it's for trade unions, it's for human rights organizations to shape the AI the way we want it, not to reshape the world in a very negative way. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nico Trimit-Klignoti. Very interesting and crucial points you have highlighted in your intervention. Without delaying anymore, because we have no, we can't escape, let's say, the specific time frame that we'll be finishing our work by 4. We will be now proceeding to the list of speakers. Please give us the list. We have 9 speakers, I think. No, it's 11. We have another slide. So, can we stick to the time frame remaining, sticking to the 2-minute time frame, but please stick to the 2 minutes so we can finish timely. And we have, in this way, time for our speakers to answer some of your comments. We're starting with Mr. Jacek Wlosowicz from Poland. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name.
Was perfect. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, one of the most frequently asked questions today is simple. Does artificial intelligence take people's job? My honest answer is not directly. But it is changing work faster than our system, and we are prepared for. AI does not replace entire professions. It automates tasks. In most sectors, jobs are being reshaped rather than eliminated. The real risk is not technology itself, but the growing gap between the skills people have and the skills the new economy demands. Poland's position is clear. AI should support human work, not replace it. When implemented responsibly, AI can improve working conditions, increase productivity and job quality, and create entirely new professions and labor market niches. When implemented poorly, it can deepen inequalities and weaken social cohesion. We parliamentarians and our national parliaments have a decisive role to play, shaping modern labor law, safeguarding social cohesion and promoting the responsible use of AI in public administration and strategic sectors. Europe's competitiveness and its social model are not in a conflict. A human-central approach to AI can be our competitive advantage. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Moving now to Karim Ben-Brahim from France.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. L'IA suscite.
Thank you, Mr. President. Artificial intelligence can make us be very optimistic with regards to the detection of sicknesses, and artificial intelligence can make us very worrisome with regards to our jobs, with regards to the control of data manipulation, and of course deep fakes. This revolutionary technique, I will show you some questions that can be raised. Some artificial intelligence will transform jobs and can be a source of exclusion if we do not prepare workers for that. We need to accompany them in this transition, set some priorities so as not to allow artificial intelligence to exclude some people. Second point, there are some concentration risks. Artificial intelligence should not be the exclusive tool of some platforms, and of course avoid to control the algorithm. That means there are very clear decisions, and also have some alternative decisions. And another point I would like to mention here, with the small and medium-sized companies, there are some inequalities. So accompany these companies with the diffusion of artificial intelligence. Assist them.
Thank you very much. We're moving on to Mr. Dieter Koeten from Belgium.
Curtin, but thank you for attempting. I did not prepare my little speech, but I will give you some small remarks. I think AI will not replace our jobs. I think we will not be replaced by AI, excuse me, but I think that those who adopt AI in their workforce, in the workplace, will grow enormously in productivity. AI will help us revalue those jobs with the highest human involvement. I'm thinking about plumbers, locksmiths, carpenters, those people who can repair a car, those jobs we need instantly when we have a small technical problem, when there is a presentation that is not running, we need a technical specialist, and this cannot be replaced by AI. So it is my sincere hope that this AI revolution will help us to revalue not intellectual jobs or little intellectual jobs, to revalue this. Not everybody needs a master thesis of a PhD, but we have to respect those who can fix something quick. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Elena Leonardi from Italy.
Thank you. The use of AI places the important issue of protecting jobs and workers' rights at the center of public and private decision-making. In this regard, let me mention the AI Act integrating the protection of workers in relation to these specific systems. Let me mention the Italian experience. With law number 132 of September 23, 2025, Italy was the first country in Europe to have a national framework fully aligned with the AI Act. The human-centered approach of the Italian legislation provides for guarantees of traceability of the use of new systems, human responsibility for processes, and the centrality of the final decision to be made by the worker. Italy believes in the interinstitutional governance of processes, and this is why it has set up the AI Observatory in the world of work. In order to effectively protect workers, we need to create reliable institutional governance, clear and transparent rules, and we also need to increase investment in research and development of new technologies for SMEs, which go to make up the backbone of European productive fabric. In line with the European Action Plan, Italy, jointly with the guidelines of Prime Minister Meloni, has highlighted the importance of following up the principles of the European law, and they have to support the technological transition of their businesses in order to protect employment levels. The EU must also provide greater support to member states and businesses in policies for the training and retraining of workers in the use and development of artificial intelligence systems. Thank you.
Thank you. Fredrik Lindstad from Sweden.
Thank you, but no comment at this time, Mr. President.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Δεν έχω κάποιο σχόλιο επί της παρούσης. Φωτεινή Τσιρίδου from Cyprus. AI, we see that for thousands of workers is now a daily experience in their workplace. We see new potential, better speed, better organization, new specializations, replacement of tens of job openings, job positions, and opening of others. Algorithms that are evaluating people, as we have said, without it being clear how and when, without knowing who actually decides on employees. So the dilemma is not whether we are for the AI, but rather how this is going to be implemented correctly. Laws on their own, rules on their own, is not enough. We shouldn't let just legislations take them on their value. We have to implement them correctly, because everything relates to, we have to make decisions for aspects of life that affect the employees. We will have failed politically if we do not address the problems. New job positions should not operate in gray zones. It's not a progress. It's going back to the Middle Ages with a new age. Social protection should not be left aside. We should build on the basis that AI should serve us and not us serving the AI. This is the bet that we have to, the challenge that we have to address. We have to translate AI intelligence to intelligence assistance. This is our challenge when it comes to labor matters. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Tsiridou. Antonino Iaria from Italy.
Grazie. Thank you, Mr. President. The workplace, the labour market is already changing, but this change will not be painless because many jobs will change dramatically, others will disappear. For example, in call centers, call centers will very much be reduced. In some regions in Italy, we risk losing many job opportunities in this field. Other job opportunities will be created in the meantime. So this morning we heard something very interesting. Nobody must be left behind, but how can we face this social mission? But the key question is who will bear the cost of this evolution in the workplace, because we very much know that AI and automatization will provide huge profits for very few businesses, but these profits will also pose a social problem. In other words, an increasing social gap in our societies. So can we play the role? Can we play a role in the sense that part of those profits should be returned to the society? We propose the establishment of a minimum European wage. In our view, this is a tool to ensure dignity, economic safety and economic safety, because if we do not do so, we will not be able to manage this transition, and many people will be left behind, and this will result in a social bomb that will be very difficult to handle. Thank you.
Thank you. Anna Cynthia Ioanna Pon.
Here, Chair. From Romania's perspective,
Secondo la Romania, il dibattito sul lavoro, sull'IA e le sue prospettive deve andare oltre la perdita dei posti di lavoro. Ma chi veramente si può avvantaggiare dell'IA? Nella maggior parte dei casi le professioni non scompaiono, ma cambiano. L'IA sostituisce sempre di più le mansioni, non i lavoratori, e questo significa aumento della produttività, qualità del lavoro, ma solo se i lavoratori hanno le skills e la protezione per potersi adeguare. La sfida principale della Romania consta proprio nel divario fra l'IA e le competenze richieste. Senza una riqualificazione e un apprendimento continuo, l'IA rischia di approfondire le diseguaglianze tra settori, regioni e generazioni. Ci preoccupa anche l'impatto dell'IA sulle condizioni di lavoro e, come già detto, la gestione degli algoritmi e il monitoraggio automatico non possono essere motivo di esclusione. La trasparenza e il dialogo sociale sono fondamentali per avere fiducia nel lavoro legato all'IA. La Romania quindi supporta l'approccio europeo che lega l'IA al concetto di lavoro di qualità, lavoro che sia produttivo, equo e compatibile con i diritti del lavoratore. Il progresso tecnologico deve rafforzare la coesione sociale, non indebolirla. E se ho ancora tempo vorrei fare una domanda per quanto riguarda la tutela della transizione. Quali sono gli strumenti europei considerati per supportare la conversione e la transizione per coloro che sono ad alto rischio di automazione nella loro mansione? Grazie.
Thank you very much. Barbara Katman from the Netherlands.
In the Netherlands, our Social and Economic Council advised Parliament to commission scenario studies on the future of work in the age of AI. These studies explore multiple possible futures, not just the opportunities, but also the threats, and explicitly link each scenario to concrete policy instruments. We agree with Dr. Triniotis. This needs to be sector-specific. This approach helps us move beyond abstract debates. It forces us to ask which jobs may disappear, which new skills will be needed, and what policy tools must be ready in advance. We believe every parliament should consider undertaking similar scenario studies. If we do this across countries, we can learn faster from one another and better anticipate shared challenges. For example, if AI leads to major job losses in a specific sector, we may need dedicated funds to provide a safety net for affected workers combined with strong from work-to-work transition programs so people are supported directly into new employment. One message is already clear. Structurally, more investment in lifelong learning and job-to-job transition is essential. This is not a temporary adjustment, but a permanent feature of the AI age. Managing AI in the labour market is not about resisting change, it is about ensuring the technological process also delivers social progress for workers, for businesses and for society as a whole. And now I have time, I would really like to thank the speakers and also our Cypriotic hosts for organisation of this Congress. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our last speaker, Latvia.
Lettonia, grazie. È quasi riuscita a dire in modo perfetto il mio nome e cognome. Ecco, un paio di osservazioni. Innanzitutto penso che i nostri lavoratori devono essere ben informati quando l'IA viene utilizzata per quanto riguarda appunto tutte le loro attività. Io penso che le persone devono avere il diritto alla revisione umana. E poi datori di lavoro e dipendenti devono essere coinvolti nello sviluppo dell'IA sul posto di lavoro e questo vale per ambo le parti. E poi un altro punto di cui abbiamo già parlato, ma è estremamente importante, è che gli Stati membri garantiscano opportunità di formazione continua sull'IA, come per esempio in Lettonia. Alcune persone anziane non hanno la possibilità di avere accesso alla tecnologia, per non parlare poi dell'uso dell'IA. Quindi grazie anche da parte della delegazione della Lettonia per l'eccellente organizzazione della conferenza e sarò lieta di ascoltare alcune osservazioni da parte degli oratori. Grazie.
Thank you very much. Now we are completing here the session, the intervention part. Now we will be having concluding remarks from of 3 to 4 minutes to each speaker. Starting off with Miss Lee Anderson. Miss Anderson, you can hear us as I see. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and I also want to thank all parliamentarians that participated for very good and interesting inputs into these debates. I have some general remarks, as I did not hear any specific questions, but I would say in general to the questions about the impact that AI will have on jobs and the labor market in general. And I think it's fair to say that at the moment, we do not actually know the full extent that this transformation will have. We do not know exactly which type of jobs will be affected, what will be the number of job loss. But of course, we do know already that it will have a tremendous impact, and also that it will affect what we do when we work, as many of you also pointed out during the debate. And there is, so I always say that the aim of what we are doing should be to maximize the benefits of AI while minimizing the risks, because it's self-evident that this transformation comes with both opportunities and risks. And we already have research and data that show that one concrete way in which you can maximize the benefit and minimize the risk at workplaces to engage workers and their representatives when decisions are taken about algorithmic management and which types of algorithmic tools that are to be used in workplaces. So there is already research data from Europe showing that the more workers are involved when these types of technologies are introduced, the better the results will be for the workplace and for productivity. There was also one comment regarding minimum wages, and in this context, I of course also want to emphasize that we do have in the European Union the Minimum Wage Directive, which was enacted during the last legislative mandate, that also set, you can say, a kind of minimum standard regarding minimum wages in different European Union countries, of course in a form that also takes into consideration the general wage level of the different union member states. So we have very different, of course, member states in the union, and also our different national systems for determining the minimum wage. Some countries have a minimum wage based on legislation, whereas other countries basically decide the level through the collective bargaining system. So, of course, it is also important to point out that we do also have other tools that we will need in this transitional phase, also to ensure justice and balance in the labor markets. I would say, to round up, some of the main key points I think are important in this debate is, of course, the need for universal legislation when it comes to fundamental workers' rights, based on legislation that we already have in the Platform Work Directive. I think it was actually very good to hear that the digital omnibus is something that also the professor that spoke about. We, of course, need to make sure that we do not lower standards when it comes to the digital acquis at this time when it's clear that we need to work even harder to ensure that this transition will be as worker-friendly as possible. Participation of workers and their representatives, as I already mentioned. And my fourth and final point will be skills. The other speakers also mentioned the importance of having an ambitious policy for skills. There is an initiative on the European Union level of the Union of Skills during this mandate, but it's clear, since educational policy is in the competence of the member states, that for us to be successful in the skills agenda, it will also mean decisions and resources that have to be enacted on member state level. And I do think that member states have a lot to learn from each other in terms of which types of policies have been the most successful in addressing the skills gap, and also in reaching the groups that are the most in need of reskilling and upskilling, since those are also the workers that we need to focus these resources on to make sure that they would also then require the digital skill set that they will need to be able to stay employed and stay in the labor market in the time of transitions. I want to thank you very much for inviting me here to speak, and I'm happy to continue discussions with all of you. Thank you very much.
For sure, there will be a continuation of this discussion. Thank you, Ms. Anderson, very much for your super valuable presence and participation in this conference. Now the floor to Professor Trimiklignotti, Dr. Trimiklignotti, for his concluding remarks.
Okay. The key questions that have been raised, if I can integrate them, is to what extent are we dealing with a very specific situation that derives from what is now defined as the AI era, and to what extent are there commonalities with general transitions that have been taking place because of technological change? Because technology has always been there, affecting how labor relations are organized. And there is something specific and there is something general that we have to learn from. so that we can actually address this. Now, I think one of the important issues here is that has been addressed is the extent to which we manage to allow for people to reskill and develop in that sense. And there are different opinions about the extent to which certain jobs will disappear or certain jobs will be remade. We know that some jobs do disappear. The printers disappeared because there was technology. We know that certain things change completely as a result of technological change, and we know that other jobs change as a result of that. So it's not one or the other. It depends on different sectors. That's why it's very important to think of what happens across the board. Now, important here is the question of the kind of regulations that we are thinking about, and they have been raised, and I think it's important. When there is a change of technology, there's a change of the balance of forces between labor and capital, between labor and between employees and employers. And that's the reality. So in this sense, how do we intervene in order to regulate this transition in the different sectors? And I think it's behind these areas that we have to think. It's not just the technology of the things, it's how we intervene at the level, at the social level. And I think there are different ideas circulating that are important. Regulation means regulation at source. In other words, how technology is produced, what kind of effects it has, regulation that use, and regulation in terms of how it's understood and implemented in practice. And this requires that we learn something. And I think we can learn from the European equality law. European equality law is fascinating because it has managed to intervene and it can actually transfer knowledge on how we can put this forward when it comes to the issues of this aspect. And when it comes to new forms of employment, how this will be affected. And of course, this affects, first of all, wages. It's not just about minimum wages that Lee Anderson responded. I think the proposal was a universal basic wage. Again, that's a very radical proposal that we have to maybe think about in the future. The reality is that we are in the midst of a very, very important moment because at the other side of the Atlantic, there is pressure on us not to regulate. And I think this pressure that comes from technological companies not to regulate because we've been missing out on competition or because we have this obsession on technology is actually forcing people not to think properly about what to do in the future. They have a model in the other side of the Atlantic. We don't have to adopt it. We can adopt our own model based on what's best for the people of this region. At the same time, we have to think of competitiveness in a different way than the race to the bottom. That is what's going on. Either in what the pressure comes from the United States or the pressure comes from China. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nikos. Dr. Fellas, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Andrea, for the excellent coordination. I will focus on 3 short points. The first one is that AI is here to stay. AI is not bad or good. I believe that the time has come to reverse the narrative and start talking about how human will handle AI. AI is changing with rapid pace, and we have a new generation today that is called upon to address the challenges of AI without which generation is unprepared. We haven't prepared this new generation on how to address and tackle all these challenges that derive from AI. I believe that the time has come to start educating kindergarten baby kindergarten, schools, junior highs, high schools, universities, to provide the new generation with the safeguards, with the tools to come back tomorrow and be able to handle this development of the AI in order to protect and set a regulatory framework to safeguard human and people from this rapid development of the AI. The second one is that there are professions that the human element not only should be protected, but also strengthened. Job positions where that human touch is required, such as psychologists, nurses, especially during a time that social isolation and loneliness is an epidemic, especially during our times. Robots are here taking the place of human in keeping company to someone. We have a huge percentage rate of loneliness marked in today's society. So we have this contradiction. You see, and I agree with everything that has been said. I'm keeping what Ms. Fotinitsiridu has said through her intervention, that we should reverse the term artificial intelligence and we focus on intelligent assistant in this modern society that we live in. Thank you very much for your attention. We thank you, Dr. Fella, for this constructive contribution and your comments in our discussion. To conclude, allow me to say this. Without doubt, we evaluate and assess the usefulness and benefits derived from this conversation that took place today is beneficial and useful, and we will be, and this assessment we will take back with us and take it into consideration. So through this conference, we are concluding exactly to the conclusions reached and decisions that would answer all the questions posed when it comes to AI. It's also sure that there's no time to address all this and answer all this. We don't have a grace period. It's not a choice to wait, and the approach, we'll see, the we'll see approach is nothing helpful in this case. On the contrary, we have to act immediately. How we say it in Cyprus, we should act yesterday to proceed with a regulatory framework to protect the collective rights of the workers, the fundamental human rights, exactly for the benefit of society, of our societies, and of work. To conclude today's works, allow me once again to thank both our main speakers and all of you for your participation. You have contributed with your interventions and speeches in a very constructive and fruitful conversation. Special thanks, finally, to our interpreters for the excellent job that they had carried out. When it comes here, we have reached the end 1 minute before 4, and thank you, each and every one of you, for being here. Have a great evening. Have a great and safe return back home. Thank you very much.
To the administrative staff of the Parliament, the unsung heroes of this event, and also the IT people, just to complete the picture as so beautifully you described.
Thank you very much for the much needed completion and covering up for me. Thank you very much.